next shuttle is approaching the station. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing. Approaching next station. If this is your stop, please prepare to disembark.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Please clear the...
Enjoying the view? Our recently redesigned Crusader Industries shuttlecraft. The next shuttle is approaching the station. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Hello, hello.
I don't know what people think.
It's not your fault.
It's not my fault. It's not
You
my
cost
fault.
us millions.
The accidental
in
All
potential
space
revenue.
All space games are beautiful.
They're all the same. I don't know if you say that.
I wasn't going to say that. All right. The views and opinions of Late do not represent those of Cloud and Premium Games, Frontier, or anybody else.
You don't even represent me very well, to be honest with you. 7 minutes.
I'm learning that.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I'm learning that.
Yeah, I was at Frontier, but the work they were giving me was not very exciting. So, because I was on F1 Manager as well. If you're thinking, what on earth do you design in a Formula One management video game? It's a great question. I also didn't know what the hell I was doing. So, and then I messaged this guy. And he was like, "Yeah, okay, we'll
Alright.
get you in."
So we've started to touch on this topic now, your journey towards to CIG here.
Yeah.
So, but self-taught or not, CIG probably was CIG your first job in the industry? No. So talk to me about your journeys. Where did, we know Alberto, you worked for an Italian car company. Were there other video game stops along the way?
The guys in Ubisoft.
Okay.
So I worked on a DLC for X4, two DLCs for X4 Foundation, Spring Vendetta and the Terran one. I forgot the name. Sorry.
Okay.
And it was an indie experience, a very ambitious game for a lot of things compatible with Star Citizen, because it's a space game, space exploration, there is first person, there is interior ships, so a lot of overlapping, a huge different in budget. So there were different problems. At the time I was both concept artist and production artist. We had a lot of limits in terms of how many materials we could use, how many polygons we could use, limits that we don't have here because we use different tools. But yeah, at the time they were 17, now they grew up a lot. I'm still in contact with them. They are really lovely.
How about you, Sam?
I worked before in freelance too. I had a couple of freelance gigs when I was still learning, and got the skill to work on this. And then a couple months later, I messaged Alberto, and he had the kindness to give me feedback on personal project that I was doing. And yeah, we started talking more, and one day he asked me if he would like to work. I would like to work with.
Oh, it's your fault.
Yeah.
So you weren't just saddled with him, you actually invited him.
Actually, he asked first.
Yeah. I asked because I didn't know the difference between a vehicle artist and a vehicle concept artist. And I asked him, listen, if I apply for vehicle artist, I'll do concept. He said no, because that's not concept art. And yes.
Sam's a special one. We love Sam.
He's still not showing the difference.
All right, Jacob.
So about 4.5 years ago, when I was 20, my first job after graduating from high school during my final exams was on a Hollywood production for Sony Pictures Entertainment, which was pretty terrifying, but also pretty exciting. And I did a spaceship for a movie called 65, starring Adam Driver, which I don't think it's a good movie at all, but it was fun to work on. Yeah.
I didn't know you worked on this.
Yeah, I did the spaceship that like crashes at the start.
I didn't saw the movie.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen it. Torsten Lyman came over, and Rich Towler and Yogi and Torsten and I went out and saw. No, not Torsten. It was Yogi who came over. And Rich Towler and Yogi and Dave Coulson went and saw. It's not good.
No, it really. Anyways, yeah. After that, I did a bunch of freelance jobs for a variety of projects. Some stuff for Riot Games outsourcing, as well as about a year of work for 1047 Games, working on Splitgate 2.
Splitgate stuff is so it was
Like
so
a-
cool.
Yeah, I didn't know you worked on Splitgate.
Yeah, the sequel, which is like in beta right now, I believe. Yeah, it's pretty fun time. Worked with some very cool people.
Just watching the Star Citizen live and
No,
playing some
but
Star
yeah,
Citizen.
At some point, Alberto told me that he was interested in getting me on the team.
He wouldn't shut up
And-
about it.
Oh, you're responsible for him too.
Yeah.
Responsible for everyone.
The way
And for
you
this, I apologize.
the way you talk
I
about them
apologize
behind
a
their
lot.
backs, I assume that you were saddled with them. I assume like talent acquisition just went and got them, and you were forced to work with them.
I am responsible for everything.
All right. So you
He loves
talk
us.
afterwards. Excalibur
In a
88
way.
UK in the chat says 65 million is awesome. Uh, so I asked that question about the journey here because conceivably, a concept artist can work in lots of different fields. You can work in automotive. You can work in motion pictures. Why video games? These interview shows are the ones where I get to ask the personal questions, and it's less about the work and stuff like that. Although we will get to some work in a little bit. I got something for you. But on these more personal shows, I'm always fascinated by this question of why you got into the video game industry. Because let's be just completely honest. Anybody that's looking at the video game press for the last year and a half knows it's not the most stable industry and whatnot. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. So you had to make a choice at some point for video games. Why? I'm always curious about this answer. Why not stay in Hollywood? Why not stay making fancy Italian sports cars? Why video games?
I would say it's who you do it for, and that was my main concern with the luxury market. So I was working for a lot of yachts, planes, politicians, billionaire of around the world.
Trash people, then.
You said it, I didn't say it. But
the views and opinions of Jared Huckabee do not represent those of Platinum Premium Games.
The public you do a video game for is generally a very different public for what you would do the most expensive bracelet in the world for, or an 80 million yacht for. I did a yacht that was consuming as much as the city we designed it in. So that's why.
Yeah.
And I wanted video games not really for video games themselves, but for Star Citizen. That's the reason I choose to go in Egosoft first, because it just made sense if I wanted to end up here, as I was a fan from a long time.
Oh, so you had the long plan.
Yeah.
You had the long plan. You actually plotted a path to Star Citizen.
And I plotted a portfolio for Star Citizen.
All right. How about you guys?
I got into games sort of on my university course in like the first year. They have people doing like 2D animation, 3D games. So like you try stuff for like a whole bunch of different fields, and I dipped my feet in each of them. And I thought, okay, but video games one that spoke to me most, and also because I actually play games in my spare time. So obviously I care about them, so I'd like to make them good. So for me, it just makes sense to be doing concept art for games. And also I hear like some horror stories about how designs can go in like the film or like TV industry, where directors can have influence they maybe shouldn't, and it leads to some very bad things happening, is what I've heard. So I thought, let's go with games, and games have been good to me. So,
Jacob?
I would say it's, for me, the level of interactability that people have with what you make. I think it's really cool that in a video game, especially a video game like Star Citizen,
I agree.
you can really
I actually
look at every
would love to
open up
to work with them.
Base. Yeah, I think it's just a lot cooler than seeing the design you made for maybe like half a second in a movie just fly by in a specific shot from a specific perspective.
It's true. In Star Citizen, you have to design from every angle, every conceivable point of view. It's one of the eternal challenges of working in a game, is that when you work on film and everything, you're building a lot of facades. You know where the camera is, so you only have to build facing the camera in most situations, unless you're somebody like a Nolan or something like this. But in video games, you have less control over where the camera is going to be. So you have to build.
It's going to be everywhere.
You have to build for, that's right. It's an interesting challenge.
I think the end result is just more impressive though, usually.
Lord Darius78 says, so guys, get to the point already. It's boring. We want to hear something new.
Damn.
This is the point.
People.
This is the point of this show.
Yeah.
Also, the show goes up on YouTube later, and you can click through and fast forward to these parts if this isn't your thing. I mean, watching is optional. So anytime we have an artist on, we get to do these kind of shows where I get to talk about your history and use stuff. Influences are always a big thing. It's no secret that Star Citizen wears a lot of its influences on its sleeves. It's very clear that Chris, through his entire career, has been very influenced by a lot of World War II stuff, by a lot of Star Wars stuff.
There's a lightsaber right behind you.
Yes. Well, this whole ship is full of my influences. I mean, it's a lot of people think, oh, they spent all this money on stuff. I'm like, no, this is my stuff. I buy stuff like I just bought this lovely. Trust me, CIG did not buy the bride gremlin from Gremlins 2. That was mine.
Did you get the dress yourself?
No, it came with it.
Oh, sure.
So I want to ask you what your influences are. What are the things when you're making a ship?
Yep.
Obviously, you've got the brief and stuff, but I know artists. They're always trying to work their own little bits, their own little. There are these things that
Look at that.
that you can't divorce. Oh, that's what was his name?
John.
Pete. Oh, hi, Pete.
Oh, Pete.
It's been so long.
Bye, Pete.
What are your influences that tend to work their way into your work?
I get inspired a lot by music.
Music.
Yeah. Yeah, by music.
Sing a song.
Are there any songs
I'm not gonna
particularly
sing a
that you
song.
like?
I'm not a singer.
Get the
This,
string
this,
copyright
this,
straight.
this is an in-joke, folks. We had a really unfortunately awkward interaction in the elevator earlier today. What
20
kind of
minutes
music,
ago.
Samuel?
It all depends of the design that I'm doing.
Okay, so without
Yeah.
telling us what ship you're working on right now, we'll get to that. What music is influencing your work right now?
I'm listening to the soundtrack of Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
Across the Spider-Verse, the second one.
Yes.
And how does music influence your visual art?
That's something really personal because I really like I hear the sounds and the synths and everything, and I imagine how it will look, this ship, with this as a soundtrack, and it will sound cool and look cool. So it
Gotcha.
needs to match the coolness.
Life Coffee Gaming in the chat says, that's a great album. Life Coffee
Yes,
Gaming
sir.
has ears.
Yes, it does.
What about you, Jacob?
So for me, it's a lot of real world influence. So a lot of I was always very obsessed with aviation, still am, car design. So yeah, a lot of product designy, sleek forms, stuff like that. In terms of media, I would say a lot of Japanese stuff. So classic anime like Ghost in the Shell, Pat Labor, Evangelion, that kind of stuff.
Are you a weeb? I just learned this word. I don't know anything about anime or manga or whatever, but somebody taught me the word weeb 2 weeks ago, and I can't remember what it means. I just remembered.
You can call it.
It's a massive compliment. You should call as many people weebs as you can.
Yeah.
All right,
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so Jacob's a weeb.
Can I
Yeah.
invoke my Fifth Amendment right on this show?
He's not denying it.
No, I am
I also
denying
don't
it.
actually remember what it means.
No, I wouldn't. Well, whatever. I hope I'm not a weeb, but
Oh, you hope you're not? Oh,
yeah.
see.
Oh my
But I would say I like the amount of media I like is disappropriate. Wait.
What?
This,
What?
This,
No,
sorry,
no,
it's hard.
properly, mate.
English is hard.
your
Disproportionately, right?
I want the truth.
Right. I would say it's disproportionately
please.
from Japan. So yeah.
Disproportionately from Japan.
Is that a word? Disproportionately?
Yeah,
Yeah, you
yeah.
nailed it.
Yeah, of course it is.
Like a native speaker.
Leith.
I get also inspired by some anime stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of the same stuff that Jacob's mentioned, but also just space in general is pretty cool. I like to look at real world spacecraft where I can, because I think it's, even though obviously the stuff we do is very far removed from anything that NASA's doing right now, but it's still good to understand a lot of the principles going on there. And I think a lot of the understanding why real world rockets and ships and cars and whatever look the way they do, I think that's very helpful. So I think
Coolest real world spacecraft.
Saturn V's pretty good. It's kind of hard to beat the Saturn V.
I'm
Does
a-
the ISS count?
Sure.
No, ISS then. ISS is
It's moving.
yeah, it counts.
Well, I tell you, no.
It's got an engine on it.
I mean, how do you get up there? Finally was built up there.
Yeah.
We're just really messing with people's expectations. There's geosynchronous orbit. It's not moving. I like the space shuttle. The space shuttle is. The space shuttle is my favorite real-time. Actually, it's my favorite
Real-time.
spacecraft. Period. It's. I grew up in that era where it was just the space shuttle was the most magical thing in the whole world. Favorite fictional spacecraft.
Oh, I like the Venture Star from Avatar.
Okay.
It gets a full 10 seconds of screen time, but
It's so
it's pretty cool.
Space Avatar.
It's just a big long tether, and yeah, he hates it. He hates it because he has really bad taste in spaceships.
Yes. Papa Tony, I know it's not a geosynchronous. So I was sitting there just adding more incorrect statements to just really rile the people up. Like you.
He said like you. antagonist.
stuff.
You have no
know?
self-awareness whatsoever.
Like, there's definitely a lot of stuff.
Alberto,
A lot
you-
of chevrons.
You love
I
chevrons.
always,
profile-
I
His
always get
Instagram
mocked to
profile.
put chevrons everywhere, so there is.
How do you spell chevron?
Shut up. So
What is a chevron? I know it is a gas station.
Warning stripes.
It's a
white
gas
stripes.
station.
Aren't they normally kind of like in a
Yeah,
in a V
the
shape?
chevrons technically is the one that is directional, but I put them everywhere.
You just like chevrons.
No, just the chevrons.
Do you
Akira and chevron.
do you remember the incident in your childhood that brought chevrons to your attention?
I must have seen them in some hospital. You know?
What, when you were being
I was
born?
in a gas station in Albuquerque. Just
But Alberto, your Instagram profile name is literally Nostromo Industries.
Yeah, alien.
so, concept artists of all the people I get to talk to on the show. I mean, I'm entering year 11, having doing this now, and concept artists are always unique because they're the only. Everybody else is working on something that is going to go into production. 99 out of 100 times, any hard surface artist or anybody else is working on something it's been approved, it's been designed, it's going into the game. You guys spend a lot of your time working on stuff that will never be seen. That will just that you spend hours working on a thing, and then they go, no. Like this. How do you deal with that? How do you internalize that? How do you put in so many hours, and then like, oh, I'm really excited about this, and you put this forward, and they're just like, no, I
Cry
again.
a lot.
You cry a lot.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Really annoying.
It's
have
a
to
good coping
focus.
mechanism.
Yeah. I'd say you have to focus on the fact that you're getting paid for it at least.
Are we?
If you ask, you get, yeah.
Focus on the money. That was Jay Lee's answer too. So you're in good company. Shout out to Jay Lee.
Shout out to JD.
Jokes apart, I would say is expected.
Yeah.
If all your proposals is stuff you like, you will not be disappointed by any choice.
True.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like if you
Say that.
like if everything you've made is pretty solid, you can be satisfied just in the fact you've made some pretty cool stuff, even if no one really gets to see it. At least you get like personal satisfaction out of it, and maybe they'll be used for other stuff later down the line, even if they're not used for the original purpose. So you make peace with it, I think.
The concept work always starts. We've done a lot of shows on this, but always starts with this. People have different names for it. I always called it a contact sheet or a sheet of thumbnails and stuff. You start with basic shape language. Little sketches. Some people do these things by hand. Some a lot of you work in 3D, 2D, whatnot. You said something. You make sure you always like what you put forward.
It's a strong word. I mean, there are obviously stuff I like more than others, safer options than others. There is always a wild card. There is always generally the one I like the most, and even the one I like the most about other people's job. Not always get chosen. Fine. The work doesn't end there. We go in two more passes. One for defining how everything works, and then one for defining the art direction.
So you design several options, 3, 5, 7, 10, whatever, depending on how inspired you were, whatnot, and then somebody picks one, and then you take that one forward.
Yeah, pretty
usually. Do you ever include an easy no? Do you ever include like just an absolute piece of trash in there that to make another one look
too big of a
better?
risk.
You can't, because
Someone might
what if they
choose it.
pick it,
Yeah.
and then you have to work with that thing for the rest of the process?
You're shooting yourself in
Nightmare.
Yeah.
Also, we don't have a fixed number that is mandatory,
Okay.
so we just
We also never make bad work.
Usually more than one.
You also never make bad work? You're lying again, Leith.
Yes.
he's lying so hard.
I'm really good at it.
Okay. So at this point, we've done our thing. We've made, I can't remember what that guy's name was. We've made him sit through a bunch of stuff that he didn't like and whatever. We're going to talk a little bit about what you're actually working on right now. So I'm going to start with you, Alberto, just because you're closest to me here, and we didn't plan this at all.
Okay.
What are you working on right now as far as vehicle concepts?
Okay, I'm doing a vertical slice for different areas of the interiors of the Pioneer to understand better how the Pioneer works, what rule it should follow in production, and how to help the production guys towards the final art.
Let's go,
So
the
this is a
Pioneer.
common misconception I see. When we do a ship concept, not every single area of the interior is fully mapped out, is fully figured out. We do enough to get an idea. We get enough to get a concept of it and understand what it is. But after that's done and before it goes into production, you guys have to then go back and revisit and then flesh out all of these major internal areas that are never seen. So that's what you're doing with the
Yes,
plan.
we do this mostly for all concepts.
He named his reclaimer Iron
Fix it
Eater.
with the internal team right now.
Mm-hmm.
Smaller ships, of course, allow us to dedicate some time to fully understand interiors. We did this with the Sulan. But bigger ships need a vertical slice. So we try to pick up the most different between each other's type of rooms and figure out them so that the 3D artists have a solid reference to translate it to the other areas that we don't have the time to work on.
So we actually have some images that we're going to look at. We've staged them on a Miro board here that's not going to spoil anything else. So let's go ahead and throw that on the screen. And I'm in control here, so let me zoom in on this a little bit. Oh, that's the wrong way.
Do you make that?
Yeah. So what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the refinery of the Pioneer, and
Oh, that's cool.
this was one of the room that recently changed a little bit. So the 3D artist wanted, okay, what should we do here? What color should we use? How should we approach the color palette? How should we approach the way the room is built? Ben was focusing a lot on the fact of how our ship this big is built. So there is a hierarchy between the structures that create these rooms. There are secondary beams, secondary bulkheads that are attached to the first ones, and the floor is attached over the structure, so there is space below the floor. How do you approach all this layering? We compartmentalized with color palette the different functions of this area. For example, we have the crafting stations in yellow, we have the cargo area and the passage in blue, something a little more calm because there is not a lot of movement. And where there is a lot of movement, like the elevator, we use red, so try to be bold and catch attention towards indication and direction. All stuff we're trying to implement from feedback from the other capital ships we did.
What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the bottom floor of the refinery.
Tech something 003.
Yeah, I just have to give indications. Like there is a lot of there is the name of my dog in the yellow area. There is Brangino somewhere.
Where?
If you look at the yellow area, but in the other images.
Back in this one?
No, forward.
Forward?
Yeah. Yeah, there he is.
Where's Brangelina?
Yeah, Brangino.
Brangino!
And indications on the font. I don't know what to write there, but I know that something has to go there.
Brangin. It's gonna be British slang as well. Brangin.
I don't know what to write here.
Brangin.
Make sure it's impact. Is there any significance to the numbers, or is that just random numbers?
No, I just literally smashed my hand on the key.
I thought it was your height in millimeters.
Harsh.
My age.
You could put more
You're
shovels there. I
much
think.
older.
So what is this room?
This is the crafting station. So all of these are crafting pots. A VVF4. Yeah, we try to give every area its own personality and try to be very bold with colors. This was inspired to a current called graphic realism that uses a lot of graphics to points of interest, how to attract the attention of the player towards where you can actually interact with, how to not get lost in such a big ship.
Come back to me real quick. This is where I need to remind folks, because I can already see the chat. These are concepts. These are concepts. These are explorations of what the interior will be. What we're going to look at today, none of these are approved. None of these are now, that's absolutely what we're doing and we're going into production. That's what the concept phase is. So we are literally exploring the same exploration that's going on right now. You took these screenshots literally yesterday.
Yes.
From things. So has CR even seen these yet?
I believe so.
Okay, I hope so. Hi, Chris.
Ben told me like that. So.
But yeah, so we can go back. So just don't sit there like, oh, I see people like too much yellow and whatnot. Absolutely welcome to that opinion and whatnot. Just don't shoot any of the messengers or anything. Like I said, it might actually be might be more yellow. It's possible. We don't know. This is what concept phases for is exploration. Let's go back and see what else we got here.
Only doing yellow ships going forward.
Only doing yellow tips going forward.
Maybe the symbol just
So what are these triangle things here in the
we just have to.
Why do people not want it yellow? Like that's a construction color. Like that's a standard construction color
convey,
across international lines. Like
Also
people are so crazy.
to convey the art direction for something so new, because we don't have any comparison with other ships. We have one CNOU ship that is completely different in terms of function and size. So you have to come out with ways to understand that this is high tech yet industrial. So we don't want to let it look too fancy, but we have to let it look high tech. Doesn't have to be over designed. Doesn't have to be luxury at all. Has to be still a working industry ship made for a B2B type of industry, part of a pipeline. So all these details, even if they don't have particular functions, they help me to convey what kind of details we need to put there, how to distinguish it from Crusader, how to distinguish it from RSI, how to distinguish it from Argo. Is a research just based on finding the personality of CNOU in the industrial part.
I like this floor. I like the little perforations in the floor.
Yeah, all the perforations is meant to show a little bit the parallax of the maglev cargo plates, so that so that we can show with subtle details where the cargo is going to be and where it's not, where you can pass with all the lines and where you can't. Yeah. Basically, what I'm doing right now is trying to find out the rules for the Pioneer.
And by extension, CNOU,
Exactly.
the Consolidated Outlets. Sorry, CNOU is our internal abbreviation. We love acronyms.
Oh yeah.
And game companies in Disneyland love acronyms.
I still don't know what CIG stands for.
Oh well, if you read Reddit, it's CGI. Been here 11 years. I still every time I see it, I'm like, CGI needs to do this. I'm like, oh, we're off the hook. Alberto. Okay, so from this point forward, we are going to talk about 3 ships that you are unaware of, and do not, and from this moment prior, do not know are currently in development. 2, we're going to take a look at, and 1 we're not going to look at right now because you actually already kind of know what it looks like. So I'm going to start with the one that folks will already have an idea what it looks like. Alberto, you tell me what you're working on right now.
Yeah, tell us, Alberto.
No, Samuel. Sorry. I wasn't wearing my glasses. Samuel.
They look so similar.
What are you working on right
I look similar like Alberto.
now? No, without my glasses, I can't see correctly.
Okay. I'm working on a fighter.
On a fighter,
Yes.
a heavy
And-
strike fighter,
Yes, sir.
heavy strike fighter.
And is based
I bet it is.
on the Mantis.
Based on the RSI Mantis.
Yes.
So taking that beautiful, gorgeous,
Amazing.
sleek
Yes.
silhouette of the Mantis and giving it a new life.
Give it a new life, new look. Hopefully better look.
Whoa.
Big
Shots
word.
fired.
Old.
Yes.
The original designer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoever.
Shout out
Now-
to
now-
the original designer, we know it.
Now there's a reason we're not using the word variant. It's not. It's not a variant in the traditional sense. It's you're going to see it like you could see like you'll see car manufacturers who share a lot of the same language and stuff. This is something like the kind of like the Centurion and the Atlas platform, not the Atlas mech.
Yeah.
What the Ballista, things that are built on the same platform. This is a new vehicle based on the Mantis platform. So it will share a lot of the same shape language
Yeah.
and stuff with the Mantis. You will definitely see it and go, that's just as cool as the Mantis.
Yes.
But there will be
Hopefully
some,
better.
Even
hopefully better.
Yeah, hopefully. I chose this one because it's way cooler than the Mantis.
Okay. And how's that work going?
It's going great. I love it.
What's obviously we're still, like I said, this one's super early days, which is why we don't have anything to show. And besides, y'all know what the Mantis looks like anyway. But this is one of those vehicles that I'm personally most excited about. I got to shout out Tyler Wicken here. Tyler Wicken and I have both been leading this charge for years.
For the
Well, if I'm allowed to have an opinion, if I'm allowed to take off CIG hat and put on Disco Lando hat, the Mantis is one of the coolest looking ships we've ever made.
I agree.
And I hated the purpose of it. I wanted it. I wanted to do more. Like the Mantis was so cool looking. I would fly it as my daily driver, but I don't enjoy interdiction gameplay, whatever. So it's always bristled at me. So this idea that we get to revisit that platform and revisit that kind of aesthetic and do a new ship that somebody like me would fly every day is really exciting to me.
Yeah.
So that's in development. No timetables or anything right now, but that's something you can look forward to coming on. So that's the only one we don't have visuals on. So sorry. So let's move to Lath.
Hello.
Lath, what are you working on?
I'm making, it's another RSI thing. Get excited, RSI fans. It's a little RSI salvage ship. It's going to be a tiny little dinky guy. It's going to be smaller than,
Is that tight like this?
can we say how big it is? I mean, don't know
Yeah.
how big it is. Yeah, it's going to be smaller than the Vulture. So it's just going to be a little, it's going to be a starter ship as well. So it's going to be, just got the game, don't want to fight guys because you're a coward or you're lazy, whatever. You can go salvage and it'll be, you can do this
He
thing.
said you're a coward.
So sorry, I lost it on the mirror. I'm finding it right now. Okay, I found it here. So we're going to look at three. They're a little farther along than thumbnail sketches.
Yes.
But they're three different ideations that are being presented. So again, not one of these three have actually been signed off or approved as this is the one we're doing. But we're going to share three of the things that Lath is working on related to this brand new RSI starter salvage. So let's take a look. So what are we looking at here?
This was the, I can't remember which number design this was, but this was meant to be like it's similar-ish to the Mantis actually. So it was like, had some inspiration from that. So it's got on the front, it's got its little grabbies for doing its salvage stuff.
So the salvage arms will come out of these things here in the front?
Yeah, they did like come out, or they'd be like, we're not sure how much movement it's going to have on it yet, so there's still a lot of interpretation there, but it's also got like the little frilly bits on the side, like what the Vulture's got for the fracture field for disintegrating stuff. I quite like that one.
I think it's very cool. Chat's taking this one really well.
Hell yeah.
Looks like a kind of a,
Chat, is it real?
it looks like a cover car sort of. It's kind of cool. And then there's this guy.
This guy, he's much more stereotypical RSI, I guess. 'Cause it's like kind of got a Zeusy silhouette. So it's a lot flatter. But it's also got its big salvage grabbies on the front.
Who makes the Pisces? Oh, I can't remember what manufacturers that.
Anvil.
Huh?
Anvil?
I definitely, I look at this and I see some Pisces influence in it. But we have this conversation all the time. Car makers ape each other left and right. You know, when Dodge brought that first Challenger back, or was it the Charger or the Challenger? I can't remember which one came before. And then suddenly you saw Mustang emulate it. You saw everybody started making old throwbacks and stuff. So I see some Pisces stuff in here, but yeah, there's no mistaking the Zeus influence.
Yeah, it's like
and the
based.
RSI.
It wasn't exactly meant to have the same sort of Zeus at first, but then I looked at it, I was like, hang on, looks quite similar. So I'm gonna say it was on purpose, actually. Yeah.
And again, the brief here is a salvage starter. So this is the entry level ship. Like when we say starter, I mean like you could start your Star Citizen journey with this.
Yeah, it's pretty like.
And obviously you would upgrade to things like the Fortune or the Mole and stuff later on. That's like that. But a place to start with salvage. And then our third and final look. This is bold.
I quite like this one personally. This one was my, I guess, favorite of them, but it's not up to me. I just make the pictures. It's quite sharp, maybe a little too sharp, some people might say, but I think it's I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty RSI. It would have can't see it from this view, but it would have the cargo comes out the back. It only holds a few cargoes. Don't expect to be hauling massive like claims in this, but I think he's neat. We'll see how it goes.
There's this idea in the community. We'll zoom out here. Let's see if we can do that. There's this idea in the community that manufacturers are static and never evolving. That every single ship from Anvil needs to look like a variation of another one. That every single ship of Aegis, that every single ship of RSI, again, in a decade of being here, you see this on Spectrum, you see it on Reddit, you see it on all these, the talk shows and stuff when people are streaming, they're like talking whatever. That doesn't look RSI, or that doesn't look like this, or that was like this, as if car brands don't change, as if they don't change, as if they don't evolve. Our game has hundreds of years of history, and some of these brands have been around for years, and some of these designs are from many years in the past. A Ford from 2025 doesn't look like a Ford from 2015, doesn't look like a Ford from 2005, 1995, so forth, so forth, so forth. So, but there's this idea that I see discussed all the time. The brands can't change. The brands can't evolve. The brands can't ever try something new in order to attract a new audience to them. Do you agree with that? Do you disagree with that? Because I know not everybody, even at CIG, shares the same opinion.
I think it's like the brands shouldn't stay completely stagnant, because as you say, real world car manufacturers don't stay the same forever. I think I can see where people come from, where stuff doesn't look like a given manufacturer from a set time, but you think of stuff like, I don't know, the Constellation, the Aurora, that was designed well over a decade ago. So, naturally the stuff we do now is gonna be different, and we always want to try and improve on the manufacturer aesthetics. So
you make a really good point. Even we've changed.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Even our ideas of
Taste
what these things
change during a decade.
Yeah.
Changing fashion, changing cars, in real cars.
Yeah.
So it will change even in the video game aesthetic. A good looking game from 10 years ago looks different from a good looking game now, not just because the graphics is better, but because we keep changing the taste. Someone will come and do something completely groundbreaking. Everyone will start copying. This happen all the time in cars.
Yeah.
Tesla removed the grid on the front, and everyone started removing the grids on the front.
Yeah, it's this interesting thing. I think it doesn't just happen in our community. It happens with all of video games. It happens with all things. There's this idea that companies are these unchanging monoliths. The reality is that the Blizzard that publishes a World of Warcraft expansion today is not the Blizzard that made World of Warcraft in 2004.
Yeah.
I was there. Nobody I worked with is still there today.
Were you born?
So it's
2004?
2004, were you born?
Yes.
yeah. Would you say 2004 were you born?
Yeah, genuinely,
I'm
it's a
2000.
good question with him.
You were born in 2003?
Yeah, see?
I was playing World of Warcraft in 2004.
He's younger than our engine.
That makes you feel old, don't it?
That hurts. I've been.
Ah, that is hilarious.
It's okay, apparently
How many years? How many years? How many years?
Just gonna take a walk around the spaceship. All right.
You need water?
I need to stretch.
Shut your mouth.
He said, "Do you
But
need
no,
some
this
water?"
idea that, I just read in the news, Acclaim is back. But it's a completely different group of people who have resurrected Acclaim. The idea that these companies never change, that they don't evolve, that is the wrong mentality. But every time, it still gets me. Every time I see, that doesn't look like, Aegis or whatever, I'm like, yeah, it does. It does, because we said it does. That's what Aegis looks like right now. But, all right. Jalopy concept. Not with the way this show's going.
I'll be amazed if we keep our jobs.
I'm just pissing away any chance I got at a jalopy. Actually, you know what? John Crew has a private YouTube channel where he's been sitting, where he took a junker car and has been fixing it. He's been living the real life jalopy life. And when I'm like, that's all I want in the game, he's like, no, don't do that. You can't do that. I'm just like, you're living it. I think he's just doing it to punish me personally.
Fair enough.
John, if you're doing it to punish me, don't say anything.
What are you asking?
Oh,
Yeah, ask him.
hey, John.
Who can do the best John impression?
All right. So we talked about work on the Pioneer concept, the interior of the Pioneer. We've revealed that work is underway on a new vehicle built on the Mantis foundation, where we've got a new starter salvage that's underway. Jacob,
Yep.
what are you working on?
Working on something that I think and hope some people might be kind of excited about, because the manufacturer only has one ship in the game so far, and it's been a while. I mean, okay, fair enough, but they look pretty much the same. But it's been a while since those came into existence. And yeah, when I got the brief for that ship, someone outside our team actually told me that I should be pretty excited because it's kind of a big deal. So yeah, it is a Kruger ship, a new Kruger intergalactic, and it is a light fighter.
So working on a brand new Kruger light fighter. Let's take a look at your contact sheet here. So
Okay.
immediately, and you tell me if you tell me if I'm wrong in this. I'm seeing some strong like 1950s retro sci-fi vibes here.
Yeah, for sure. Some of the ref that Ben and John picked out was, old cars, like retro cars, 50s, hot rods, World War II planes, especially like Spitfire, P-51 Mustang, Me-262, stuff like that. So yeah, very sleek, very chrome, spiky, rounded forms. Yeah, and that's just the
Little scale comparison here.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Tiny man. Okay. We got some other images, some other orthos here. Now, besides the retro sci-fi aspect is obvious. I also see, Naboo.
Yeah, for
Like
sure.
which is the same influence. Everything Naboo was all built from those old 1950s retro sci-fi, kind of shape language and stuff. So it's one of those things. It's you find lots of times there's people who are like, oh, that looks like that ship from that franchise, and it's like, no, we weren't actually looking at that franchise. It's just they were using the same influences we were. So some interesting posteriors here. What are we looking at? Take us through some of these options. What's this thing in the back supposed to do?
This was just a idea for keeping the circular motif that the Merlin has. It kind of, or the Archimedes as well, it has this negative space, this hole in the middle of the fuselage on the wings, it's just a circle. So I was trying to implement that somewhere in the design, rotating it.
I love this guy here.
Yeah, and put it up.
I love this guy too. I'm sitting here. I'm struggling with picking an early favorite here. Here's some more looks at that. I'm definitely a fan of like the lowered pylon thing.
The big nacelle, yeah.
I'm remembering the fighter from the 1985 Wolfgang Peterson movie Enemy Mine right now. Dennis Quaid and Louis Gossett Jr. It's this one. Let me see if I can find. Let me see if I find the one that's making me think of that one specifically. This guy down here. Let me see if I can zoom in here. Nope, wrong one. Keep reversing it.
I thought the big circle was so we could put it on like a keychain.
Lathan, not allowed to talk, remember? So, but yeah, with the little detached pylons, it's also very reminiscent of like Buck Rogers of fighters and stuff, which is another tremendous thing. I think this is our last. Did you just say what's
Yeah.
Buck Rogers?
Oh man, he's just gonna feel really old.
Thank God.
2003.
Please
he
don't
says.
clip that and put it out of context.
Right. Right. Somebody's gonna
Let's go
clip
back.
that.
Let's go back to that first image, these are all really cool. One of the things that really stands out to me is how smooth they are. A lot of our ships are great at greebles, and panel lines and all those details and stuff. And that's what's one of the things. It's one of the hallmarks of Star Citizen is that we get to have all of those all of that detail work in our ships. I actually kind of what I find myself, and again, this is just speaking for myself right now. What I find myself responding to is how little detail there is. It's you have these items that can be machined so precisely that the panels can close and the seams can disappear. Like that's what I'm imagining looking at this. Don't take that to mean anything. That's literally me reacting to the images right now. I'm not speaking from any prior knowledge. These are cool. Do you have a favorite, Jacob?
It was one of the situations that Alberto mentioned earlier where it's kind of ideal because I was happy with any one of these getting picked. Which one's the bad one?
Yeah, but like, don't be like a parent who lies and say they don't have a favorite kid. Everybody's got a favorite kid.
I was pretty happy with, I liked F, just the fact that it has the engine nacelle underneath the cockpit. It has like a bit of a higher stance if you look at it from the side. I liked, E as well. It's pretty different, but I kind of liked it. D was kind of cool. I was pretty happy with B. It is a bit of a more generic silhouette, I would say. But I think it works, and A is cool as well.
B reminds me of General Grievous's fighter, like also in the prequels, which again, same influence. You're looking at a guy who grew up on 50 sci-fi stuff.
Who's General Grievous? I'm joking.
No, you need to choke him.
Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and have our little review. So Sam and Laith and Alberto, you're in the review right now. If you were going to pick one,
Okay.
what would you put forward?
A and G for me.
You would pick G.
A and G.
Oh, A and G.
A's
So,
I like G.
so there's
G's big.
there's G. You see some clear links to the Merlin and Archimedes
I'll pick
there.
D.
And A. Oh, the more I look at A, the more I just like it.
Yeah.
I like the top silhouette of A.
I'll pick A and D.
You pick A and D.
A and D.
Okay. How about you, Laith?
And D.
You can talk now.
I mean, I think he should start again first.
I like G. I like G a lot.
You
I
like-
really
you
like
like
its,
G?
its thinner silhouette.
Chat has been voting. Chat has been voting since we started this here, and lots of opinions as there usually are. But if I had to pick some unscientific, anecdotal tabulation here, I think A is sort of taken away. Let me find a really good
That was just a glaze.
shot of A. So that's A from behind. Let me see if I can find another better ortho of A here. Oof. Let me zoom in.
Yeah, it looks amazing. You did that.
Well, I paid someone a fiver, and then I pretended like I did it.
Oh shit.
He said I paid somebody
You're
on
doing a lot of
Fiverr.
first step here. I'm trying to get that shot in the front. Here we go.
That is hilarious. He said I paid somebody on Fiverr and pretended like I did it.
I'm having trouble with my controls. Here we go. Zoom in. Oh,
That's amazing.
yeah. I just
Wowzers.
like. It's so different than everything else that we have right now. That's what personally excites me about it. Is it doesn't look like anything else that we're flying. None of these do. None of these do.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be real honest. Any one of these would kill. Any one of these would have its fandom. Any one of these would have its supporters. And I'm really excited about this.
I have to say I'm really grateful, since this is my first full ship that I'm doing from the ground up. I'm really grateful that Ben and John have been so kind as to really let me push and explore stuff that's like a bit more crazy, a bit different from what we've done before, from the Merlin as well. And yeah, it's been very, very fun so far.
Well, gentlemen, that's it. You did the full hour.
Cool. Full hour.
So yeah, congratulations. You've done SCLs before. This is your first SCL.
Okay. When are we going
Hopefully
back?
not the last.
So yeah,
No, if you keep bringing me new ships like this to show, we'll have your back.
there you go.
I didn't think we were going to be able to make it into the office today, to be honest.
Honestly, I had a letter of resignation ready.
Well,
Albert was actually worried.
I was actually worried.
I will admit, as you were wrapping up your last kind of thing, I did bring up Teams just to check to see if I was being yelled at. No.
Are we?
No. I won't make the joke I always make. I get crap for making the you're watching the last broadcast of Jared Huckabee joke. I won't make that joke because obviously I have habits after 10 years, but I do sincerely check every once in a while. Like,
It will be Alberto's last though.
but they watch it on the big screen, and so it's like so.
On the 9th, usually.
Oh yeah, I usually I'll get messy. I'll get messy.
So if I run right now to the 9th, I can see myself. No.
You have to run very fast.
Yes. How much delay?
Yes. You run right now.
Yes.
We'll just stay here,
Yes.
Yeah.
hang out so you can see yourself. But you have to beat the Twitch
And
delay.
one of the cameras following.
You have to beat the Twitch delay. There's like a 55-second delay.
Can we leave him mic'd up so we can hear in case he
Yeah.
fails?
Go ahead. Start running, Sam.
I need to warm up first.
Can we get a skateboard?
No, I didn't bring it today.
This guy sucks.
Sorry. I mean, it's a good day to skate.
So that's it for Star Citizen Live, the vehicle concept team. Hope you enjoyed watching, especially that one person that we made wait 30 minutes through all the personal stuff that I find interesting just to get to the good stuff.
This stream was for him in particular.
So the stream was for you, person that I made sit through 30 minutes before we got to the good stuff.
Shout out to him.
Obviously, 4.1 just went to
Oh man.
last night, so I just realized that a whole bunch of them can't play Evocati. So no, I'm not announcing anything to you guys. There's nothing for you guys to do except watch Reddit for leaks and stuff.
What leaks? Nothing ever leaks.
Be sure you stay tuned to news. We have a Stella Fortuna. That's what I was trying to get to. That's what I was trying to get at. Next week, I think our yearly Stella Fortuna promotion begins. There's a bunch of cool new stuff. Usually every year there's just a bunch of green stuff, and the green stuff is cool, like this. But we actually have some new and exciting stuff that is a little bit different this year. So stay on the lookout for that for next week's Stella Fortuna, and then we'll be back next week with a special episode of ISC that will explain why I was clean shaven for the first couple weeks of this year. Most of you won't care. When you find it, you're like, oh, I don't care. Tell us new stuff about this or whatever. But you know what? I like it. So, Alberto, Laith, Sam, Jacob, thank you so much for taking the time to be here on the show. It's always nice when I can, like I said, these shows where I get to talk and just interview you and get to learn more about your stuff are my personal favorite because they're the kind of shows that you never see another game company doing and stuff. So that's always interesting. So thank you for taking the time. Thank you for supplying a look at your work.
Sure beats working.
This is working. For some.
We all have to do overtime now.
All right. That's it, guys. Thank you for watching. Take care, and we'll see you next week on ISC. Bye.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Good for you, man. Holy shit! Star Citizen rated me. Whoa! No joke. Hey, everybody. Welcome in.
All right. So yeah, as you can see, a lot of good stuff going on. A lot of fun being had, which is good. It's really cool that you can have fun on your job, right? Who wouldn't want a job like that? All right. So we've just been doing some scraping while we are watching some Star Citizen. Decided to pull out the reclaimer to do this. Spent the whole day yesterday scraping in the Fortune, which was cool. Where did it go? There. So yeah. So I'm really excited about the not the reclaimer, the Pioneer concept work that's happening. See if I can't get a second crew member. Hey, hey, how's it going?
Pretty well, I guess.
So I am streaming right now, and you are coming through the sound on the stream. So just FYI,
Oh, okay, gotcha.
do you consent to being recorded?
What's up, dude?
All right. So yeah, come on and be a second scraper. We can get this done faster. What I want to do is I want to get a full reclaimer load of recycled material,
Okay.
and then
No
be,
construction tools.
huh?
No construction tools.
I already have about 300 and some change. Construction material is easy to make, right? I can do that solo, because all you do is just crush the ships, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the scraping part that takes a long time, um, which is it's going all right. But of course, it'll go faster if you had two people.
Are
Um,
you in Pyro?
no,
Okay.
no, I'm doing salvage missions in Stanton at the moment.
I'm server locked though. Wait, let me just rejoin.
Yeah, you
So
should be able to join on me. Yeah.
yeah, but I got server locked because I left immediately when I died.
Yeah, oh, you rage quit. In the United States, we call that rage quitting.
I mean,
So
basically,
this is what we'll do. So what I want to do is make enough to complete the 3 meal mission three times, and once we do that, then that'll be 9 meal,
mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
Since you're coming in a little late, I'll give you out of the 9 meal, I'll give you I'll give you a percentage of it, a good percentage, you know. But
All good with me.
and then from that, and then after that, we can go try our hands in the contest. It's better to go in there with a team. Like you don't really want to go in there by yourself, you know.
I went in there with a team at first, but
You just got to make sure they got your six though. Like, you know, it's
well,
people do crazy stuff. So just keep that in
they
mind.
all died, and then
Yeah.
they all left, and then I was the only one left.
Right. Yeah. Some people do anything to win, so just keep that in mind, including cheating. You know, so
Damn. Okay.
they'll set you up with a team that's gonna fail, and just so they can get the kill. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah, I was with
Sweet.
a couple of friends.
Completed the objective.
They did not handle it very well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, not a
I
whole lot
heard,
of people handle defeat well.
nah, I heard the Perseus is being added soon.
Where'd you hear that?
I saw it on a video somewhere. Like they were
Mm,
working on that or something.
nah. They just had a Star Citizen live. I was actually streaming that while I was doing this to have some entertainment. Um, and plus, I like to keep myself informed. And they actually had the vehicle concept team that was talking about what they're working on. Pioneer was one of them. They didn't mention the
Pioneer.
Perseus at all. So um,
That
now
was
that
pretty
doesn't mean
interesting.
that it's not out of concept and in the actual pipeline, right? It just means that the concept team is not working on that at the moment. So uh,
Pioneer.
Pioneer is
But
the large
yeah, it's the
outpost.
construction ship.
Yeah, the
Yes.
one that can create outposts, the one you have to use to create outposts.
Okay.
So
But that will probably be released in launch when it.
uh, whenever outposts come out, they'll probably, to my understanding, there are other ships that can help you create outposts, and plus they had the hand cart, for lack of a better, I can't remember exactly what they called it, but it was like the construction. I can't think of what they called it, but anyway, like, you know, you have something that you can pull out of a ship and create like small outposts, but it's the only outpost creating ship that can actually create space station parts. So, in order for you to create the space station type outpost, you have to have that ship. Yeah.
Okay. So that would be a nice investment. Hmm.
Right. 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 Yeah.
How much would that be?
Oh, it's about $1,000 right now,
Oh yeah, damn. Holy shit.
or more, close to two.
I was looking at the Perseus. No, no,
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
925.
Yeah. The Perseus is a little bit cheaper. I was talking about the Pioneer.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
The Pioneer is 925. If I saw
Nah, it
correctly.
shouldn't be that cheap unless there's a
Oh,
sale going on right now.
have a look quick. Yeah, it's 925.
Oh, okay. Somebody might be selling it for that cheap.
It's still available for purchase though.
Oh, you looking on the RSI site?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool, cool, cool.
Cause wait, people can sell the the concept
Yeah,
ships
like
for like
like you can get, cause you can gift your ship to people,
really?
so like you can sell it to people.
Okay,
You know.
okay. But isn't that prone to being scammed though?
No. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean it can be. Yeah, people can scam you, but you know, that's why you don't want to do that. Really, honestly, you know, because it can be a scam on both ends, right? Like you could the person can say, okay, once you give it to me, I'll send you the money, and then they never send you the money,
Yeah.
or person can say, all right, send me the money, and I'll send you the ship, and they never send you the ship, you know. So yeah, you can always, but that's anything. I mean, that's not just Star Citizen. You know, scams are scams, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
um, but but yeah, okay. So I completed. I've completely scraped this retaliator,
I'm gonna start campaign.
and I got 15 SCU of RMC from doing that.
15, and you need.
Well, as much I want to fill it up, so 240 SCU is to fill up the hopper, but to fill up the cargo space, I think it's about 400 and some change.
Did you buy the scraper heads, the better ones?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Last time I took the other guy's reclaimer, it just disappeared.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. Yeah,
That was so weird.
yeah, because that is no. I mean, there's a despawn timer. Like that's why I try to tell people. Like they were talking about that. They already talked about that. Like it won't be out there infinitely because to the system it is considered trash because they have abandoned the ship. You see, so at a certain point, the system is going to clean it up. You know what I mean? Because it's not registered in the system that you're actually the owner of that ship at that moment, which it shouldn't be, right? Otherwise, somebody would be able to steal your ship.
Yeah.
The way that people will be able to take ownership of ships in the future is they'll have to do it through NPCs, right? Either you would take, like, say for instance, if I paid for a salvage ship, right? I'm
Mm-hmm.
essentially paying for rights to that ship. Like I own that ship, so I can do whatever I want to it, right? Including and not limited to repairing it and flying it myself. See what I'm saying? So in the future, in the game, you'll be able to take a salvage ship that you purchase, like for cheap from a junkyard or whatever, right? Like a
Yeah.
junkyard car, right? You'd be able to take it to your garage and fix it up and drive it, just like you can do a car, right? Same principle. You know, the the piracy side of that is because it's and you could think about if it helps people, you think about it in blockchain terminology, right? The contract is assigned to your wallet, right? So you are the owner of that ship,
Mm-hmm.
which means you can claim it if you got insurance and all that good stuff, right? But um, on the piracy side, if you get to a certain point with uh, organized crime factions, you'll unlock the ability for them to, you know, change
Take ownership.
the ownership of it for you, right? But that's going to be something rare. That's not something that people are just going to be able to do, you know, at any time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So let me go to the next place. Let's see. We got L5. Yeah. So I'm going to L5. Crew L5. Where are you at? You in the
I'm
game yet?
still in Ruin Station.
Okay. So let me add you to the party. So that once you get over here, you'll be able to see me.
Yep.
So yeah, cool stuff ahead. All right.
For sure. Especially with those life ships. Those
Yeah. Light salvage. Um, the RSI light salvage concept ship. They announced that they're working on. Misk. Yesterday I was using the Misk Fortune, and
The fortune.
yeah,
Yeah.
I really love it. I love it. I
Yeah.
love that auto ejecting, that auto
Bro,
loading. I love it. Uh,
if they could do that in big ships.
what and see that's what I was telling somebody the other day. This is them adding it to the game at a small scale so that it can be later added to larger ships. See, see, and it's testing. So you're testing it. Now they work out the bugs and then they implement it in a bigger ship. You know.
Yeah, but what do you think the Endeavor is gonna do? Because it's just like
Oh, what is the
they
Endeavor gonna do?
yeah,
What do you mean?
the one with the like the domes.
Well, that's one attachment that you can have on it, right?
Oh,
So
I thought that was
you
just
can outfit the Endeavor for a lot of different things. It can be a mobile. So in the lore, it was used by the UE Navy as like a mobile hospital
oh
platform.
okay.
So like you would literally have hangar attachments, hospital attachments, right? And obviously the living quarters, the biodomes, right? Uh, to where people can live there. A biodome is like you'll literally be able to like live in it, grow food and everything.
Mm,
So it's self-sustaining, in other words. So you can be out on that ship and never have to go and land anywhere,
yeah.
literally, right? And people, just fly supplies into it or whatever. But anyway, back to your question. So in lore, they use it as a mobile platform for a hospital. So they would fly it into orbit around wherever, or into the sector of wherever the conflict was, and have like a fleet of Cuddy Reds, hospital vehicles, triads, and all that kind of stuff flying out of it, going to pick it up, the wounded, and bringing them back to the hospital. You see,
Okay.
that's the concept of like medical gameplay, right?
Mhm.
So yeah, it's
So
cool
basically,
stuff.
it's like a medical or some shit like that for people who want to rescue others.
Well, again,
Thing it can do. Yeah.
that's just one thing it can do, but it can do multiple things. So so it really just depends on what you want to use it for, and you could only think that um, the list of things that it can do uh, will grow, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, because they can always add new, because it's modular, right? They can always add new modules to it. Oh, this year we're coming out with a new module for it, that does this type of gameplay. All right.
Mhm. Okay. Alright. Well, I'm still ways away from reaching the data, so I'm gonna go get something to drink.
All right. There it is. I'm like, where is this thing at? Let's see. It's all red. Another thing I can't wait for is the drones. That's gonna be cool. Welcome back.
I made a smoothie instead of some lemonade.
Sounds good.
Definitely.
I love smoothies.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
They are very good. Isn't the C1 Spirit a bomber though?
No, that's the A1. Yeah, the A series are bomb. Even this A2 is the bomber.
Okay. The C is then cargo.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, I'm going into the gateway now.
All right.
I have arrived.
Welcome to Stanton.
Yep. Are you at beautiful Glen Station?
You should be able to see my pip.
Yeah. Seems like you are, but I'm at Mount Fuel.
Yep. Just completed the mission.
Oh, and it seems like I didn't fully reach outside. I got kicked out of the jump point exactly when I entered Santa.
So you're yeah, usually dumps you out a little offset from the gate.
Yeah, no, it showed me red and yellow here, but it was still open in front of me or something. So maybe somebody else requested entry and I forgot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To make sure people don't run into each other, you shouldn't be like right in front of it anyway.
Yeah. Let's see if I can enter. Oh my god, a hangar queue, fun.
What at the Pyro Gateway?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
A lot of people use Pyro.
Yeah, or coming back.
We're coming back. Yeah. Mm. What's your Twitch username, Joe?
Insane. Guru Gaming.
What? Really? I searched the Instagram.
Hmm.
I searched it up, but it's pretty sure. Let me see. I just searched up Guru though. Guru.
Gaming. Yeah, Guru Gaming.
Is it like connected? Does it have like capitals and
Yeah, it's all one. Yeah, I didn't put any spaces in between or anything like
I assume the first letter is A.
that. All right, so I have successfully salvaged that one. I got about 23 SCU so far. So
Oh, I see it now. There you go. Making it myself. That's nice. Group one and Q now.
all right, so where are you? You're one in queue.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna start heading to the next area.
If it's a little closer, then maybe I can jump to it. I still have 400k. No problem.
Well, if you're in the hangar, why not just
I'm not yet. I'm in the queue. Third one.
Oh, okay. Well, you could have just landed on a pad to refuel if that's what you were trying to do.
Really? Okay, I'll do that then. I didn't know that.
Yeah. And then you're gonna meet me by Arc Court.
Let me see where the pads at. Are the pads at like a special location or in the ring?
It's different for each station, pretty much, but they're typically on the outside, the out away from the main area,
Okay.
unless they're up under it. So like, they have different designs, So you just have to kind of ping and look for like the parts that look like pads.
Gotcha.
And you're at Pyro Gateway, right?
Yep.
So yeah, I believe they are like uh, on out on the extension part of it.
Are they on like the prongs? There's like extensions with like forks or some stuff like that.
It follows like a logical design, so it's like it's those long main extensions, right?
Oh, like
So,
the
because you got to think about it like this: the tram has to travel back to the main concourse, right? So, like from the main concourse, there's usually large extensions that extend out, and then you'll have smaller extensions off of those larger extension, right?
okay.
So you have to like look at the main large extensions. Don't look at like the little small. It's not going to be on the small ones. Almost never. I've never seen one where it's on the small ones.
Okay.
It's either going to be on the main concourse or it's going to be on those large extension. If I had to sum it up from a design perspective.
Is there also a chance that there are no pads?
Well, I know for a fact there are some there because I've used them, but uh, so to answer your question directly, there's no chance that there aren't any.
Gotcha.
But I mean, it's okay if you can't find it. I mean, because you're still in the queue. You know what I mean? If you get a hanger before you find it, then just go into your hanger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's not like, I mean, you're not wasting time or anything, but you can look for it, and then that way you'll know where it is, because that's a major staging
Found
point.
one. They're
See,
really small.
yeah, compared to exactly, yeah. I mean, you got to think in space, terms, not in you know terrestrial terms, and even by terrestrial terms, it's probably pretty small, but yeah, it's hard to see in the darkness of space.
Canadian communication.
And I'm already here at Arc Court.
Ah, look at that. Real close. But it's at Arcwood? Like,
No, it's around Arc Court, but you'll see me. I'm just giving you a point of reference, so when you look in the vastness of space, you can have a point of reference and not just be lost. But you should see my pip, irregardless. So,
yeah, for some reason it does not want to lock onto the game. And spool it.
well, yeah, don't spool to me specifically. Just look at where I am and then spool to the nearest place to where I am. It would be a better way
Oh,
to
it's
to do that.
the free pathway station.
Yeah, engines offline. Let me make sure. How far is it away? Nope. Need to get a little closer. It's outside the extent of my tractor beam range.
The the thingy range. The scraper range.
Well, I use the tractor to bring it close enough for me to scrape it. That's
Oh, okay.
so I just need to get it in tractor beam range to get it so I can use the tractor beam to position it to where I can scrape it.
Gotcha. That's all we'll do then.
Utilizing the fullest capacity of the reclaimer.
I guess so. I didn't even notice that the Honk had an EMP, but somebody told me a couple days ago. So I've been trying to use that a couple times.
You said what? Oh yeah.
Did.
The Scorpius Antares has one. The Mantis. And by EMP, like the Antares has the actual EMP field. Like it'll project the field or a quantum interdiction field or whatever it's called. Technically, it's not EMP, even though it is a pulse.
I've arrived.
Welcome.
I don't
All
have
right.
any tractor game though on my.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I can give you one, but you don't need that. You're not gonna do that at the moment. We're gonna feel so the doing it with the limited amount of people. We just focus on filling it first, and then we'll go down there and eject it, stack the boxes,
Mm-hmm.
right, and then go back and fill it again.
Okay.
So you don't have to like do it at the same time. But if you have enough personnel, you can do that, right? But
Mm-hmm.
with the limited personnel, you don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
So, are you familiar with where the
Yep. I know.
okay. Yeah, this is an armistice zone, so can't use anything anyway.
That's so strange that you can't even use the tractor beams. That's just weird. I think.
You said you do know where it is. You're not.
Yeah.
You're not. Come to the top of it.
What?
Come to the
Oh,
top.
there's an airlock.
Yeah, come to the top.
Oh, I thought you meant
No, 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 no.
the
Just fly into the
speed.
airlock. Yeah, right here. Yeah,
Oh. Wait.
boom.
Oh, I accidentally opened it
But
again.
where it was closing. Yeah, it closes automatic. Up shit. Now I just open it. All right, let's go.
Do this.
I can't wait till the actual salvage drones go online too.
Yeah, I don't think they have drones at all right now.
No, no, they don't.
Yep. All right.
All right, so you take that right one. Yeah. Take the left one. And so you know how to do this, right?
I did it on Vulture, so I'm pretty sure I know.
Well, I mean, when you two man it.
Oh, not
So
really.
let me do this.
Enter motor. All right, so I need to. So you just grabbing it all right there?
No, 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 no. I'm uh I'm just positioning it. So you're gonna take the right side of it. I'm gonna take the left side of it.
Okay. Oh, the power output is very low. You get a
Shouldn't
little
be.
closer. Should I get it? Can I get it a little closer?
No, that's as close as it can get.
Really?
Trust me. I've tried.
Okay.
But that's the good thing about I mean, you don't need it to be close because I mean they're big enough for you to do it. But 68 meters is pretty close.
Oh, okay.
And make sure you're on the right side, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, because I don't really see you. Oh yeah, okay, I see you now. You're down at the bottom.
Mhm.
I usually work my way from the top, but it's up to you. Do what you. But you know, this centerpiece right here, you make a line down the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what's your favorite subject so far?
Probably English, because it's so easy. Yeah. I mean, besides that, probably physics.
Nice.
Mhm. I mean, physics is just getting all these formulas down. The rest is just
Right.
entering it all down.
Right. Exactly. Notation.
And
Right.
mhm. And luckily we have those books where you have all the stuff, all the formulas just already ticked down for you. So you just have to put it down everywhere. But not all the formulas are in there, but most of them are.
That's good.
I can't wait to live on my own. Alright, I am pretty much done. Let me just
Yeah.
the other
Me
parts
too.
I can't reach.
Right.
Man, I can't wait till I have my own house.
Oh yeah, the freedom of having your own thing is definitely a good thing.
Yeah.
It just shows your beam just going straight.
Hmm?
I said
Yeah.
on my screen it just shows your beam going straight.
Yeah, no, it shows yours doing the same thing.
Right. That's funny.
A little weird, but
Well, I mean, as long as it's actually like
it's
working.
working.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see your progress. So.
Right. Right. Yeah. So once we get to about, I'd say like 175, technically we could stop, but I'd rather just fill it all the way up.
I mean, all the money is extra. All the extra money is money, right?
Yeah, for later, because then all we would have to do is get construction material.
Oh yeah, that's
And the
another
reason why I
thing.
say that because I have enough right now to complete the mission 3 times, and 175 RMC would be enough, to complete it. So
Okay,
that's, you know,
but the construction material is also pretty easy to get.
right. Construction material is super easy to get.
Yeah. All right, I'm done.
Yep, it just completed. Do you change the intensity of your beam?
I don't even know how to do that.
Oh, okay. I was just curious
uh,
because I don't. So
I don't think it does that. Does it?
I don't think it does either. But I was just curious. I mean, I know it does for like mining and stuff like that, but I don't know if it does it for this.
I'm pretty sure your intensity is about the surface you're going on or how close it is. So that's why I'm saying like, can you get a bit closer? Because the beam intensity is.
Well, the only way to get closer is to manually fly closer
Okay, because you can't. Yeah.
because it won't let you bring it past that because you are within the range of the ship. Basically, it's to keep it from like colliding with the ship. It won't let you bring it, you know.
Gotcha.
So, but it's well within the range of the scraper, you know.
Yeah.
All right. So I think that's it. Got a little.
Actions. Weapon system. No.
Yeah, I
Weapon
had it all the
system.
way up, so it shouldn't have an issue with that.
No,
No
it's just
material. Okay, so here we go.
surface data. Okay. So we're going to the next one again.
Yeah, well, I have to get more. I just picked up 3. That was the last one,
Uh,
but I'm gonna get the bigger ones now,
okay.
like the Valkyries and stuff like that, so we can because we'll do it faster. Um, let's see here, but the only caveat to that is we'll have to actually travel to those locations. I
Yeah.
was trying to keep it pretty close to
To
Peru,
each other.
um, but it doesn't really matter, honestly.
Okay.
But let me look for the large one. No, that's a cutlass, Cutty Black. We'll salvage that one. Valkyrie.
Where the hell's the on button? Oh. There you go. Found it. Can I change
Green
turret?
Lancer. Dur. Hmm?
How do I change turret?
Change turret?
Yeah.
What do you mean, change turret?
Are there not multiple turrets?
Yeah, but you can't change. That's not the turret seat. That's the claw seat. All you can do there is operate the claw. The turrets are in the back. Like, so if you go outside of the bridge, that little standing console, that's where the turrets are.
I'm shooting right now. I'm in the turret. But there's multiple ones or just this one?
There's multiple ones. There's two on the back, left and right. There's two on the bottom, and I think there's two on the sides. It's like 6 turrets on this thing.
So how do you
Not to mention the guns that you're in right now. That's not a turret though. That's not like a turret turret. That's just a gun, right? Because you can't move it, right? You can just shoot.
No, I could move it.
Okay, so I think that was the well, that's the manned turret, right? No, that's the remote turret. I don't know. There's actually like manned turrets too. So like you can there are ones that you can get into as well, but I've never really had to do a whole lot of fighting with.
There's just ship checking out my Is that the new scrapper? Is that the float ship? Thingy one. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Buy C1 Spirit.
Yeah, because you know it's really interesting. We're in a armistice zone, so it's not like they can't do anything. So they can't shoot. I don't know why they're just sitting there looking at it. Like, no, we've already.
Too sad for him. Beautiful spirit, and they can't do nothing with it. So where are we going next?
We are going to. Yeah. We're just gonna cruise. Yeah. Had to take the power out of the guns and put it back into the quantum drive.
Yeah. For me, it just looks like my screen is frozen. It's like the stars are glowing, but not blue. So that's cool, I guess. It just looks like a static screen.
Yeah, we're moving.
Okay. I'm gonna go read my book.
All right, might as well. Read a book, watch a movie.
Oh well, we've already arrived.
Kinda. Well, we still got to go on the other side of the planet. So.
Wait, let me be right back. I'll be right back.
Yeah. changed again. Hold on. Oop. Excuse me.
Oh, right there. All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Right next to my computer, the entire time. Outlets.
Yep. Old Cuddy Black. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure. Nope, I didn't. Go ahead, get in. Go ahead, get in your seat. I need to
Oh,
get a little
okay.
closer. Not in range of the tractor beam. I wasn't. I keep. I got to get back in the habit of doing these things, but
All right.
ooh,
Ooh, I got it.
all right.
Oh yeah,
Bring it
you got
down.
this.
Bring it down. Bring it down. Bring it down.
Down. Okay.
Don't. Yeah,
Right
you're
about
too
here.
far up. So if you look at your heads up display,
Mhm.
you have a horizon indicator, right? Do you see that? Do you see it?
I guess. Is it like the stripes?
Yeah. So the solid, okay, the horizon, you can't move your turret higher than the horizon.
Ah, okay. I see it now.
You see it? So the idea is to keep the tip of it below the horizon, but right at the top of it, so that way you have a full range of what you can do. Let's see what happens when. See, I'm supporting, so it should be easier for you to.
I'm trying to rotate it. Wait. Oh. So right there.
Yeah, but you need to be symmetrical, right? Because you want both sides to be able to be scraped at the same time in the even portion, right? That's the kind of algorithm that you're trying to do. Algorithm of efficiency, right?
You try doing it. I'm not good at rotating that.
Okay.
It's going the ways I don't want it to go.
Well, see, right now I'm supporting. So,
Oh,
so hold on. You need to re-engage your tractor.
yeah.
Now let me disengage first, and then you disengage. And then once I disengage, and once I engage again, I am in control over it. See,
All
so that's like how you can. That's how you. Most people they get confused and like, oh, I can't. It's stuck on supporting. No, it's not stuck. You just have to do it in the proper order. Otherwise, it's not gonna, you know. So yeah. But anyway, so you use the mouse wheel to flip it vertically like this,
right.
right? And then uh, when you're holding R, you use the mouse to rotate it on its horizontal axis
Okay.
like that. Well, it's X, Y, and Z, right? So like there's three axes
Mhm.
that you can flip it on.
There you go. Nice. There's a nice divider right here.
Right. See, see how symmetrical that is. So that's what I try to do.
Okay.
Um, when there's two people like this, if it's one person, then of course I'm bringing it over to me and splitting the divider in the middle of my field of view, right?
Mhm.
But if I do it like this, it makes it easier for you to reach your side of it and for me to reach my side of it, you know?
Gotcha.
Even if we decided to do like top and bottom, right? Like
Mhm.
you still want to kind of follow the same cadence, you know? So it's like, you know, you want to position it however you prefer scraping it. Me, I'm more left to right, you know, left and right versus top and bottom, you know.
Okay.
So I split it on its uh, center axis.
Yeah. Okay. I found the fastest way to do it.
Okay.
You kind of just want to go over it once and just go over the entire chip, and then go over it twice, and then do it, and then it goes really quickly.
Okay, so get it primed for it. Okay.
Basically.
And depending on the density of the material too, like, right?
I guess so. In like the component, if it uses the most amount, then it's probably gonna take longer.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're scraping it, right? So that makes sense. I usually let it completely drain that area of the material and then move. And then if you do it slow enough, you can actually move at a progression where it's
Hmm.
constantly completing it all, you know.
Yeah.
But I like your method too. That's a good. I like that too.
There you go. Only the wings take longer because you take
Because you're taking both
the
sides.
other
Yeah.
side. Yeah.
Right. Good observation. You're gonna be an officer before you know it. You're gonna be teaching other people.
Someday.
Oh, I just know you have other priorities right now, so you know.
Yeah. Food is quite the priority right now. Alright, I'm done.
Cool. So yeah, you're doing that a lot faster than I am. See.
I mean, we all gotta find our priority, right?
Right. Exactly. I think I'm also done, but I'm just going. I like to go once over it again just to see if there's any spots we missed.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh, that was awkward.
We're moving.
Well, I was holding R, and then all of a sudden R just stopped working,
Oh.
and so it it moved the beam instead of rotating the object. Oh no no no! Too much! Too much! Too much! Too much!
Maybe I'll quit honestly.
Okay, stop! 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 Stop. No, too much! Too much!
Doing full rotation.
We
Yeah, I
already
gotta
did
stop.
that side. We already did that side. We're doing this side.
Yeah.
Stop! 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 What in the world?
It does not want to die yet.
Okay, I know what it is. Stop. Okay, okay. Because you're supporting that that's it's giving me like superpowers. It's making it flip like super fast.
I already stopped supporting. It's still good.
Okay.
It is still going.
All right. We good.
Wait, is it position for you? Are you
Oh shoot. Yeah,
It's rotating for me still.
it is.
Yeah.
It's not on my screen.
Okay.
It shouldn't be because I'm holding it with the tractor.
Okay, there. Now you stopped it. Right.
Well, I was just moving it because for some reason it was on the damn on that uh setting.
When you moved it, you switched.
So you go over it one time and melt it pretty much and then go back. Is that how you do it?
I go over it twice, and then you can go over it in a very slow pace.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, okay. Got it. Yeah, that is a lot better. Yeah, good stuff. Just taught me something.
Oh yeah. Gotta earn my keep, right?
There you go. Don't worry, you'll be a millionaire after this.
Yeah, I hope so. I inspired to be a multi-millionaire
Yeah, oh yeah, you'll have multi-millions.
as we have time, we can just keep going to sell immediately, right? Because if we fully
Yeah, but
figure
I'm
out,
not. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not going. I've already been streaming for like 2.5 hours. Yeah, I'm not gonna go that long.
at another time, then
Yeah, yeah. Get on earlier.
there's these difficult parts over there where I'm just inside of it.
Oh, contract complete.
Nice.
But I'm paying for the contract, so it's not like,
Oh, you didn't get anything.
yeah, nah. Just the rep with Adiago, I guess.
Get this rep.
Yeah.
It's nice to have it.
All right.
But when we get a wipe, probably be gone again.
Well, nah, that shouldn't. It shouldn't affect
Shouldn't?
the the rep.
Really? I thought it affected
Not
it.
not not until like the actual wipes, like wiping from alpha to beta and beta to release type of wipe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you just assume that all everything is going to be wiped before release anyway. So I mean, it's not like
No.
even the ships that you bought are not even going to be. You're not going to keep any of that. So
Wait, the ships that you bought with real money?
not with real money, with in-game money.
Oh, okay. I was
Yeah.
about to say. Oh, like a scam guy here.
No, the ones that's you. Those are yours.
Yeah. Well, I only have like
Major Killer says he, he said we're lucky to be able to be out here. Okay, so next stop is
Major has been getting a little bit out of hand,
let's see,
getting a
Mick.
little power trip since he's gotten
So we'll go to
the
Mick
players.
first. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it'll do it to you.
Yeah. All right. Next one.
Yeah, already lining up.
Great.
Going to Mick.
Mick. Hey, now I can see it in quantum. That's weird.
All right, all right. So we are nearing our destination here.
Alright. Let's exit my seat before we bump into each other again.
Good idea.
I'll leave the lining up CQ again, because otherwise it's gonna get all wrong.
I know, right? Let's see here.
Hey, what's that? I've never seen that one.
A Valkyrie?
Is that a Valkyrie?
Yeah.
Hmm.
All right, we
That's
should
cool.
be close enough to grab it.
Alright. So we want it with the tip to the up highest part, right? So right about there, right?
Yeah.
Lower. Right there. Go up. It's kind of catapulting itself the entire time. Alright. There we go. Nope. There. Is it also in between or not yet? Is it in between us or not?
Hold on. I still haven't gotten. I was responding to a work text here.
Oh. What do you say?
What do you think? Does it look good or what?
I don't know. I think it
You probably
a
want to
little
bring it
bit.
down because it's not. Um, if you
It's not.
try to move your tractor
I see.
above it, you see,
It's a
like it
different
wouldn't
line.
it wouldn't go up there. Yeah, that one. It's the solid line, not the one with the bracket at the end. It's just a straight line. Yeah, and even bringing it just a little bit below that because it fools you, but you have the full range of the bottom, like 90 degree angle, right? But you just see how it pushes it back.
Oh, you're right. Down.
Yeah, see,
What
you
is the
can't. It's
What's the
about
closest you can bring
60,
it?
65 ish should probably be the closest you can get it, but you have to keep it from crashing into the ship.
Oh, I'm detaching a gun now. Uh-oh. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. No, I want to get the entire ship, not the gun. I think you should do this.
Well, you got to practice. I mean,
Alright.
but
Alright,
see, if I
let's see.
support you, then it makes it more responsive, right?
I got it
So,
very close and it's not pushing it back. Alright, so right about you. So where you want it, right? That
yeah, but
works.
see, you got to keep it from bouncing. Yeah. Right there.
I see
Right
that.
there. That's fine.
Oh,
But
it keeps bouncing. Alright, so I just
okay,
let it go.
now you let it go,
No?
and then I'll grab it.
Okay.
See, because in order for you to stop it from bouncing or the momentum, you have to hold on before you start because it's not in position yet. You got to wait, keep it centered, and you have to wait until you'll notice the difference in the sound of the beam when it's stationary. See, listen,
Oh yeah, otherwise
you
it's
hear that?
yeah.
You see
Yeah.
how it went down? So that's how you know there's no strain on the beam in any direction,
Okay.
right? Okay, so now we're gonna want to kind of tilt it,
It's straight to me.
huh?
It's straight, right? Is it not?
All right, we'll leave it right. That's fine. All right, but now you can get the very tip of it, right? And then
Yeah.
because you can always turn it back on and lift it up if it's a larger, because see, the larger the ship, the more actual movement you'll have to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you don't expect to you just be able to just move it one time and leave it for a large ship, right? You'll have to move it several times, you know, in order to get all of it, you know. So,
Okay.
um, but yeah, but no, you did good.
The scraping brain likes to disconnect really quickly when you're near an edge.
Mm-hmm.
It jumps out of the spot where you want to go.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just like when you're aiming a gun. The fire where you aim is above where you hit it.
Yeah, and you can change that targeting if you want to.
Really?
Yeah, in the HUD, the MFD,
Oh, okay.
the HUD option, you can change the targeting.
I mean, I'll keep it like this right now. It's
Yeah,
fine like this.
yeah, because it's not a big deal, you know.
No,
It's still hidden where you know,
where you're kind of aiming.
yeah, where your reticle is.
What type of ship is the Galaxy, by the way? Is it a gunship? Is it a missile ship? What is it?
Ooh. Um, it's modular, so
That's cool.
it's another one of those ships that you can change.
Really?
Yeah, it's supposed to be also like one of those like one of a small ship that can actually have the outpost construction module on it.
Oh, okay.
Is one of the you know the early features that they were planning for. Now, whether that's gonna actually be like that in the future, still remains to be seen. But that was one of the things that a lot of people wanted to get it, initially
Okay.
for
Okay.
was was for that particular reason. Um, but yeah, it's modular, so you can add different modules. Same principle, you know, which you'll
Okay.
see like a recurring theme, right? Like a lot of ships are gonna be modular anyway. Like you know, you can tell that if they're large enough to actually hold a module, right?
Yeah.
Which usually refers to like specialized ships that are made to actually do certain things. You know what I mean?
Okay.
All right, so you're finished, right?
Yeah, there's just some spots I can't reach that I just don't want to go.
All right,
See, like the
so
white
I'm gonna
spots are
need
over
you
there.
to support
Got you.
so I can rotate it.
I'll just read my book while you do that.
All
All
right,
right, you got
well,
it.
yeah, go ahead and release yours. All right,
Okay. So we were
well,
off. Go ahead. It's fine. Huh? There's like a gigantic part I can't scrape. The back door.
oh, you mean down at the bottom?
Yeah.
Yeah, the doors typically aren't scrapable because the material is not made of RMC. Like it's usually the CM, you know.
Oh,
So
okay. Sucks material. Okay.
yeah, so the more the harder parts of it, that's the CM parts of it.
Okay. It feels like it's still spinning.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Cause it's always sideways now.
Yeah, I just noticed that. I was like, hold on.
Does it need supporting?
Yeah. So let's do this.
Are you rotating it right now? Oh
I'm
yeah, there you go.
rotating. Yeah,
Okay.
but I heard it. Uh,
Right about
hold on,
there.
hold on, hold on. Do it just a tad bit more. Okay. Hold on. All right, let go.
I have to go over it once more, I think. Oh no,
Hey,
rotate.
DC, what's up? You have to wait for the rubber banding to stop. It's annoying. Yeah, well, I mean, physics. That's just part of physics. You said it's annoying. Nah, that's physics, bro. Like, it's momentum, and because it weighs so much, even though it's not, even though it's weightless in space, it still has mass, right? So it's not necessarily the weight. Most people like equate it with weight, but it's not weight. It's mass, right? Because of the mass of it. That's and this is a larger. This is the Valkyrie, so this is one of the larger ships that you can scrape. I mean, salvage. It's not the largest, right? But it's part of the large contracts.
Do you mean volume or mass? Because mass is weight.
Well, mass, but mass in the sense of, yeah, you can say volume too, but
Okay.
yeah, yeah, mass, yeah, like the mass of the sun or the mass of a planet, right? Dictates its right. It's still floating in space.
Oh,
You see what
I
I'm
see what you
saying?
mean.
Like, yeah. So, but the mass of it, gravity, right, exerts its influence on what? Mass, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I mean.
Okay.
All right, now we taking them to school today, Sven.
I mean,
We're teaching them now. It's a test of patience. Yeah, exactly. Because people just want things to just happen automatically. Like it would be nice if it just snaps to a grid, right? But yeah, no, there is some skill involved in it, and I'm sure it probably would be easier with some sticks, But I don't have sticks, so
well, I can't wait till I graduate because then I'm gonna get him.
yeah, that'd be a nice graduation present for yourself,
Definitely.
or from your family or whatever.
No, sadly, they do not want to invest into my gaming.
Yeah, well, that's understandable. Everybody feels differently about it.
I mean, I already spent 250 euros on a concert that is gonna go. That's gonna be at the end of my exam. So
Okay.
I guess I think they paid that. I'm pretty sure half of it.
Yeah. All right. I think that's it.
Yep, I'm done.
I think we got it.
Pretty sure we did.
Oh, what's this? All right. Hopping out the seat. VKBs, Finn. He said, Cowboy said, get some VKBs.
Are those the sticks?
Yeah, yeah. He's got one.
VKBs. I'm pretty sure I was thinking about a couple sticks. Wait, let me see. Oh yeah, those are VKBs I was thinking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's like what most people get.
I was thinking about the the Gladiator Combat Edition, Space
Okay.
Combat Edition.
Nice. What's the difference between it?
Well, I'm pretty sure the other ones are throttle or just like ordinary flights, so actual planes, and these ones are for actual space combat.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep. I can send you the website.
Yeah, you can send it to me in a message in a Discord. Currently continuing to work on additions and fixes today, and we're looking to have potential PTU build later today. Audience still being discussed.
Who said that?
That's the message of the day from
Oh, okay.
yeah. They're gonna do another build, and then they're discussing whether they're gonna open it up to new PTU waves besides Evocati, because they got some real sensitive information in there. So they're considering whether they're gonna actually release that to people at the moment. But I mean, you know,
It's up to them. We'll see.
right? and eventually you're gonna have to anyway, right? Like, I mean, you're not gonna
Yeah.
have a choice.
The
So,
game's gonna release anyway.
but I get it. All right, let's see.
Are we there?
Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
I mean, are we?
Yeah, technically.
Gotcha. Go through it. Oh, I think I can see it.
Yeah, this is a Connie, so
So,
it'll be a little bigger to So this is another one of, see, this is long, right? It's a long ship, so,
yep. Hold on.
and it says an Andromeda.
I script this with my virtual.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The good thing about those ships is you can maneuver pretty easily around them, you know, without having to like mess with the,
I
you
think I
know.
got it.
You got it?
Yep.
Is it saying that, is it red, yellow, or green?
Yellow.
Yeah, okay. Here, I'll support.
'Cause what is Cowboy doing right now?
Huh?
What is Cowboy doing right now?
He's just watching the stream.
Ooh, cool. Oh yeah, now it does get pushed back. Can you rotate it again?
All right. You gotta release it.
We just
Saving up for a second one. One stick is difficult to use. Yeah, I can believe that. Why is it not showing me?
is it supporting?
Oh, that's weird.
I don't know.
When I turned on the tractor, it acted like it was scraping.
Oh, Oh,
That's weird.
okay. That is strange.
I had to cycle it, go to the scraper, and then go back to the.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we'll leave that right there.
Well, this one is gonna go by fast then, isn't it? Because it's quite small.
Well, it's just far away. Let's bring it closer.
Huh. It's different. Okay. Can I start?
Hold on, I'm still bringing it closer.
Okay.
The trick is to bring it closer without making the field around the ship push it away.
Oh.
So you got to keep the tether on it. You know,
Yeah.
you got to keep tension on it to make sure it's not like bouncing.
Mhm.
So you just have to do it slowly. You know.
Right.
All right. So now let's. You're gonna need to support me so I can rotate it.
It's on red. Oh, there we go. Now it's on green.
There we go. Right there.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
Actually, uh-oh, it's too high.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it down. Okay, that's how's that? That's still a little too
Still,
high, right?
yeah, a little bit.
Let me know when it's lined up.
All right, well, just have to go a little bit lower. Right there. Yep.
All right. That'll work. So
Oh,
it's
the
more
the
of a
snub fighter's
sweeping
still on
motion.
there.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta like sweep it all over, and then you can take it down real quickly. The snub fighter's still on there.
Oh, the snub.
Yep.
Typically, it's not operational
No,
in
I
my
don't think it's
experience.
operational though. I mean, we can give it a try, but
I'm not worried
if we
about it.
scrape it, if we scrape it, I don't think it's gonna work as well.
All right. I'm not worried about it.
I won't be no. there's still like a small bit there that you just can't reach because otherwise it will touch the cardboard.
Yeah, that's because it's on the other side of it though. If you
Really?
once we flip it, you'll be able to. Cause yeah, cause it's the other side of the chip.
Huh. Okay.
All right. Think about it.
I mean,
Visualize it. 3D.
I don't think I scrapped that bit yet, so I don't think it's the other side. Because there's still like a
Well,
plate here.
so when you take, because the construction material makes the frame of it, right?
Yeah.
When you take the RMC out, you can see straight. That's why you can see straight through the frame on some pieces,
Okay.
depending on how wide the gaps in the frame are, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I mean by that. Not necessarily like, you know, but that's why, like on the tips, on the wings and stuff like that,
You
when
can go
you
straight through.
it goes straight through, right? Exactly. That's why it gets on the other side because technically it can, right? Because it's going
Mm-hmm.
through the actual the frame.
The bottom does not have a lot. It just has like
Nah, it doesn't.
small bits.
No, because on the bottom it's mostly the like
Inspection
the
material.
what are these called, the engines,
Oh, okay.
where the landing pads are and stuff like that. Like those have like a big chunk of it on there, you know. But even like that strip in the middle, right, where the actual landing strip is, uh, it's, you know, that's CM too, you know. So, which is interesting how they do it, you know what I mean? Because they break things down into two simple components like that, right? You got the RMC and then you got the CM. You know, the CM makes up the harder pieces of the chip that you can't scrape, right? That are
Okay.
not easy to destroy, right?
Yeah.
And then you got the disintegration function that can disintegrate the CM, you know.
Mm-hmm. But it
Yeah.
won't take the RMC. It will probably destroy that basically.
Well, well, yeah, it does in the process, right? Because that material is not as durable as CM,
Yeah.
but but it's used for the fine parts of the ship, which makes it more valuable, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the paint, and, you know, the movable parts, you know. Uh,
Oh wait, you still got a bit there.
yeah, I still got a good little bit right here.
I only got the parts you can't really reach.
Yeah, because I see it going through. So when I see it going through, I try to get the most that I can get from that side as well. So that's kind of what. But the circle in the middle with the blue circle, that lets you know like whatever percent of material is there.
Yeah.
Like once that goes to zero, technically you're not getting any material, even though you see something behind it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Which is interesting. Creates an interesting puzzle for you to
Okay.
play with. So about to rotate it. Could support me.
Yes.
Let's okay. Make sure it's sure it's green so I can.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's not letting me do anything now. You turned it off. Yeah.
Yeah. I was checking if it was high enough or low enough.
Yeah, it's still
It's in
not
the
letting me
middle and it's green.
rotate it. Okay, there we go.
Oh, now it's.
It's okay. I'll correct that part.
I don't see it rotate. Down.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! It's rotating a lot now.
I don't see it's stationary for me.
You're not rotating it at the same time, right?
No, it's supporting.
Okay. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
I'm gonna have to go. But you can keep the money, man, because I had some fun.
Okay.
So,
All right. Well, I'll still
see you
send you
some other
something.
time.
I can send it to you while you offline too. I mean, you don't have to be online for me to send it to you. So.
Alright. So
But
you.
I'm probably gonna get off here pretty soon too,
Alright. See you next time.
cause I already
Peace.
got enough to turn it in one time. So
Oh, okay. Because you need
so that'd be
75 for once or 60 or something.
yeah, about 60.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go. I'll see.
All right. See you,
Probably
man.
see you tomorrow. Alright.
All right. Have a great one, man.
Same thing. Same.
Yeah. So as y'all can see, good stuff. I'll finish the contract up and then head on out. The only thing I don't like about this is the fact that it doesn't show you like the the percentage of the total with the outlines. Ooh, tap the wrong button there. That is annoying too. Perhaps they will do a salvage refractor, change some things. I'm sure it's in development. Which part, DC? The outline not showing percentages of total. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Because it does in the fortune. You know, like you see it in the fortune, but I guess I'm very spoiled now because I just love the way the fortune. I love the way it operates. So no, it went live earlier. What you're probably referring to is the video that they posted because I was streaming the live version of it earlier. Unless they just went live twice. But yeah, man, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. And always good to have your input. surprised it hasn't completed already. I know I've done enough. Maybe I gotta do more on this side. Yeah, it's at 0. So it probably just wants me to break it up. So let's just do that. Let's just go ahead and fracture it so we can complete that. Oh, man. All right. So somebody else can come and take that. All right. Take a small break while we're traveling. Be right back. And we're back. Yep. So I'm just gonna take it off and get it prepared to put in something different. I'm curious if it'll stay on here, but I'm not gonna test it. Let's just sit it off to the side over here. Actually, I probably should have did it on the other side. Yeah, let's just do it on the other side. You know what? No. Let's just put it in the elevator. And dang, why did the light get so bright over here? Where's that light coming from? Oh, where's that light coming from? That's crazy. How bright it is. Yeah, let's use the Atlas. Definitely a whole lot better. And y'all will be able to see how I completed this last time. For some reason it's messed up, so we're gonna have to claim it and then bring it back out. And the reason why I couldn't target it through that is because of this little lip right here. It reads it as it's behind the wall, but it's actually not. So that's just a little small little twerk. tweak that people would think something is wrong, but it's actually nothing wrong. I actually like the little spotlight on my ship right there. Look at that. I got my stuff over there. All right, let's go get the rest of this stuff. Got I want to say what, 4 more. Oh no, 6 more. 5 more. Excuse me. So we'll get 4 on here. Yeah. And you can also like take it to the cargo hold. So the ideal situation is to have multiple people doing this, right? Like one person taking the stuff down to the cargo hold, one person printing the stuff out, you know, uh, 2 people in the salvage arm, one person in the claw operator seat, and then one pilot. That's a full efficient crew, right? See, it reads it as that's a wall right there. But if you get around it like that, then you're good to go. Okay, let's go put these on the. Well, I'll just go bring this one down, and then we'll just put all of them over there. So this is me streaming quality assurance. I'll use this to vlog my quality assurance journey with Star Citizen. Okay. And as you can see, my vision's getting blurry because getting a little thirsty. Well, I've been thirsty. I'm getting a little dehydrated. all this hard work, you know. All right. Oh, yeah, that's right. Put that back in there. Yeah, take that guy out. Not a bad day's work, right? Three meal for a few hours. Oh, you know what? I just figured it out. I just figured it out. Wow. Let's go over here. I know who the new mission giver is gonna be.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Where's the atlas? I'm gonna store the
Your vehicle
reclaimer.
has been moved to our storage facility.
Store the reclaimer
Please visit
in
us
there.
again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again.
Let me get off of that. When I tell y'all my brain is like a computer, like I'm always like processing something in the
Welcome.
whether it's consciously or subconsciously, like I'm always like
Your vehicle has been
doing
moved
that.
to our storage facility.
Okay, it's not letting me do that.
Your vehicle has been. Please visit us again.
It's
Goodbye.
not letting me do it. I wonder why it's not letting me do it. Maybe because both of them on there. I kind of don't want to go out there and test it, but since that's all safe and sound. I mean, it doesn't really matter, you know. Uh, I kind of just want to go grab. I think I will go grab the atlas, take it off of the pad, and see if that's what's causing the issue. It's interesting too. They according to the notes that they made public for Evocati, they they made damage to the atlas, a thing, right? So like that's something that you got to take into consideration too. Let's get you off of the pad, then I think I can just claim it. Oh, and then that went down too. See,
Welcome
I knew
to
that.
the
That's what
ASOP
it was.
vehicle
Both of them
retrieval system.
were on the pad. So let me claim this
Your insurance claim has been sent.
since it's only like
Thank you.
30 seconds.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Let's see
Welcome
if it
to the
pops
ASOP
up as
vehicle retrieval system.
stored. It should store it. Yep. Boom. Nice. Sweet. Okay. And then we pull up
Your vehicle has been. Please visit
this
us
guy. Now let me see if it works because I claimed it. Let's see if it works. All for science. This is my quality assurance testing. The Guru Quality Assurance Testing Show. See, I should be able to. Yeah, I can. Wow, look at that. See, it works. Now it actually works. Sweet. Okay, so now let me go. Let's put this on there. Sweet. This thing makes it so much easier to load. I swear. And watch, I'm gonna show you. But you see this little performance lag that happens when the Polaris comes up? That's a monster of a ship. Alright, while that opens up, we're going to hop in here. Now watch it clears up when you go inside of it. See? Kinda clears up. Okay, so let's go back to first person. So we're gonna have to go. The only thing you gotta be careful with on this is it's gonna tractor the box to you. So depending on where it is, you got to be careful of the line of sight of what's in front of it, right? Because it's going to pull it to you regardless, unless you like sit it down somewhere else or something like that. So, like what? And then it's going to kind of like rubber band. So the best thing for you to do, kind of like sit it down somewhere, like close to you, so it doesn't do that. Okay, see? So just bear in mind that is a thing, and that's what people got to talk about. When they say like they can, like damage you or your ship or whatever. Huh, interesting. It's not letting me do it through there. Oh, there we go. Boom! See that? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Stick it to the grid. Yeah, so it's so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna bring everything close. We're not gonna worry about trying to bring it all the way up because obviously that can hurt. Yikes. Yeah, that's dangerous. We don't want to do that. We don't want to lose it either, you know, because I don't know where that just went. I think it's under, and I don't want to. I don't want to waste it because stuff is precious. So I'm just gonna get it loaded up and ready to go. Is that? That's it all the way over there, right? Yeah, it is. Ha! Interesting. So that's where it went. See how the performance gets better when that's out the shot. See, but when it's in the shot, it's not. So it's like streaming everything out. So that's kind of it seems like that's what's happening anyway. Okay. I just tripped over my 2 feet. Okay. grab this one too. I'm glad it didn't completely disappear. I need to figure out how to do the auto load. Okay, so that's all the recycled. Now I just need the construction material. So let's do this. Let's move those two back. And we'll just pull the 8. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. Hold on, let me make sure I did my calculation right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Actually. I'm missing one. And I didn't want it to do that, but here we are. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus, and then not the 2. 2, and then the 8. And that should be good. Had to make sure my math was mathing. Yeah, there it is, 106. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Actually, let's move you down here. Okay, that's good. Okay, so is my ship still in there? Cool. So a whole lot better than 56 one SEU boxes. You know, that was a little tedious. One, two, three, 4, 5. Okay, let's do that. We could do it like that. Huh. Saw some sparks coming off of it. we'll check it for repairs after this. We need a larger ground vehicle too, for moving this stuff, right? That can move these bigger boxes, and a lot of them. I can even see it having like a maglev type of situation, you know, like a train, almost like a train, right? But uh, or like a um, or like a semi truck, transport truck. You know what I mean? But it has cars of these behind it. You have to like, you actually have to. All right, we'll take you there. You actually have to like do the whole truck truck driving course to drive it. That'd be pretty interesting. Man, I'm gonna love this game so much once we can actually like use this stuff for other things besides okay. Yeah, let's just move it. There we go. So I want to keep them lined up like that so when I pull it out, I can just pull it straight out. Oh, look at that. Performance just got better. Something's happening on the back side of the server. Good stuff. That's how it's supposed to be right there. 3 more trips. Okay, so one more big one and then a small one. And then we should be good to go. Hold on one second here. Yep. I love how they got this little walkway down the middle of the cargo section. It's so convenient. People know, like, like it can be traversed. Man, I love this shit. I love my Polaris. But I'm gonna do something different. Uh, hold on one second. All right. So I think that's it for right now. Go ahead and close her up. All right, all buttoned up. go check out it here because I think my ship is still. Yeah, it is. My fortune's still in there. Oh, and let me do this too. I want to just try something. Let me put this back on here. Sweet. So you can literally land it, repair it. All right. Cool. Let's go to the med bay for a second. Everything in order. Did our checkup. Said I was a little dehydrated, but it gave me an IV. All right, so one second here. Excuse me. Okay, so where are we at? Okay, yeah, let's go this way. Captain on deck. Hey, thanks for the subscribe. and the follow. Appreciate that. On Twitch. Pred the Ship Crasher. Interesting name. So what do you guys think? It's pretty cool, right? To be honest, like in these jump point areas, um, especially the ones owned by and monitored by the UE, they should actually move these asteroids, um, because I logically I would think that they would do that anyway, um, or would have done that at some point. You know what I mean? Um, and not necessarily like everywhere, but like a certain radius. You know. Um, but I know they're like remnants from when jump points weren't actually working in the game. You know what I mean? So I get it. So we got some people uh, who want to do operations in Pyro here. Ah, I see. Yeah, it's interesting. Thanks, Fred. All right, my bearings here, so I can fly this big baby. No. Let's get back up there. Get in there. Wow, there's a lot of tunnels in here. That's crazy. Typically not that much. That's how you really test your pilot skills, you know? And your reward is coming out. I just wanted to get out of there. Yeah, yeah, I like low flying too. Yep, you're right. It is fun. Definitely. I can agree with that. So, what's your favorite ship in the game, Pred? Yeah, I actually like. I have one too. I like the Vanguard Warden too. Um, but I don't think there's too much wrong with it. Um, it for a heavy fighter, you know, I think the updates that they announced that's coming to 4.1 with the heavy fighters, I think that's gonna address some of the things already, you know. But as a heavy fighter, that's a hard hitter, definitely. It's a hard hitter. And texture out the side windows doesn't show correctly, apparently. See, as you're aware, but it's all been a while since you tried to post anything on there. Kind of forgot how to check it. Oh, you mean the issue council? If it's something you posted or you contributed to, you should be able to get back to it pretty quickly. But yeah, the issue council is what you want to search um, and go there because that's where it'll be. Huh? Something's up with my map. It's all good. We're only a hop, skip, and a jump away. Hmm. But for some reason, I don't think this is in the proper place. But we're about to see. Might be. Just looks so different compared to Stanton. Oh no, there it is. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Coming out of that dust cloud, you got to be able to see it. Federal parts. Good versus military. I think military is the best when I mean, and again, it just depends on what you're trying to do, right? Competitive parts are more for racing, so they have the durability think, you know, a race car, right? Like they change out parts on a race car pretty often. On military, you may not have that luxury, and you wanted the durability. You want it to last in engagements and stuff like prolonged engagements and all that kind of stuff. So like, you can't just. So it just really depends on what you're looking for. But if you're more, you know, as of right now, and again, you know, I try to stay away from the comparisons like that in the current state of the game because a lot of that stuff is not even like, you know, balanced out or whatever yet. So like it's not really showing how it will be necessarily, you know. So uh, wrong way. This way. Okay. There we go. So, you know, that type of thing, right? Like you gotta take those types of situations and look at them, you know, accordingly, because uh, what may be good for this current situation may not be good for another situation, you know. Yeah, yeah, I get it. Yeah, we just did some corundium runs earlier too, so I get it. Well, last night, I say earlier, but it was early last night. Man, that's a lot of lag right now. Oh, nice. Copper. Yeah, yeah, that's good. Resyncing. Okay, there we go. Just resync with the server. guess I can move it a little closer, but I'll do that after this. I'm having to logging off after the reclaimer. Also, I don't hear anything. I don't think it's on my end. Uh, yeah, you're right. They do. They are full. DC. Well, I wanted to get this stuff over here so I can take care of that. But yeah, because I still got a couple more minutes, but trying to do this as quickly as possible. Yeah, I got the desktop audio down a little bit, um, and I had it like that just because I was watching the live video before, so you might want to turn your volume down because now I turned it back up. But it shouldn't take me as long this time because I got bigger cases. So last time, and I didn't stream it, but last time it took a while. Yeah, Pred, terminals always be full. Yeah, yeah. When it comes to the terminals for buying the commodities, for now, but one thing again, they're gathering that type of data right now, about how the market interacts with the resources and the scarcity and the supply of it and all that kind of stuff. So as all that information people are getting from that, are giving from that is definitely going to help them equalize the economy at some point. Because what you got to think about, and you don't want to equalize it to the point where it's artificially, right? You want it to equalize itself. So what happened? Um, Actually, the terminals are a lot less crowded now than it was at the beginning because they drove the price of it up so high, you know, because the demand was so high that people started saying, "Oh, forget that. I'm just gonna go ahead and you know, mine it myself or get it myself in whatever way because it's not, I want to maximize my profits. I don't want to spend 2 million to get $3 million worth of stuff and I'm only making a million, right? When you could get the stuff yourself, spend some time, right, and get the full profit. So it just really depends, and again, of course, it depends on the commodity that you're trying to get as well. In your specific case, you can mine it, right? That data trend, you have to actually go and get it from those terminals, and you do have to buy it, right? You can't process that in game yet. Emphasis on yet. There will be a point in time where you will be able to process everything in the game, right? So, in situations like this, where you will be, if you have strategically positioned yourself and got the skills and the knowledge to be able to do that, you'll be the one making millions on millions and millions of dollars, right? But you'll also be a target for pirates, right? So people will think about this. See, it sets the stage for people having outposts, having player-made shops, right? And then becoming targets of raids of pirates, therefore having to, you know, uh, defend themselves, right, and their property. So, you know, you're looking at the first stages of how all this stuff is going to play out, but it's definitely not complete. So, you know, give your feedback and everything, but don't do it from a place of expecting it to be perfect because it's far from that at the moment. It's not even close. It's they like the terms they use are like tier one implementation and stuff like that. But what that means is this is just the first, their first, you know, them putting it into the universe in the first instance of it. So they don't even know. I mean, you can have an idea as to how this stuff is going to interact with people and how people are going to interact with it, but I mean, you literally have to see it, so you have to put it in there. It's just like going from Evocati to PTU. Like you can't go from Evocati directly um, to the live universe, right? You have to go through waves of PTU because there's waves of testing that you have to do, right? And as you test, you iterate, you fix, and then you put out the fix, and then you test again, right? Until you get to a point where it's the way that it's intended to be, And if it's not, if it doesn't get to that point, then you change up your strategy, and then you figure something else out, right? So that's literally like the cadence of development. So, but I know a lot of people kind of, you know, they kind of have this idea that when it's in here, it's in its finished state, and that's not true. That's not how it works. It's not there yet. So so yeah. Um, so it, so to make a long story longer, you're right. It's and in real life, right? And that's what you're trying to simulate here. In real life, yeah, you will be waiting. That when you go to a store for something and it's on back order, right? Oh, we got back orders of this, so you're gonna have to wait. It's the same principle. It's just an economic principle. That's when the supply of something uh, is not, it can't keep up with the demand of something. One or two things happen, or both. You know, uh, People wait for it if it's just that critical, right? Or or the price of it goes up to, you know, why? Because people want to, they want to capitalize. That's why it's called capitalism. People want to capitalize on, you know, on that, right? They want to capitalize on the fact that people need it, So um, there's nothing inherently wrong. It's only when it's artificially inflated in that way, and therefore, you know, there's no real reason for it to be like that, right? That's when it's, kind of like, oh, okay. All right. You can tell I like to play Tetris, right? So just FYI, I'm talking to people in multiple streams. So some people are talking on Twitch, some people are talking on YouTube, some people are talking on from Facebook. So if I'm talking to somebody and you don't really see them talking in chat, that's why. I can see all the chat. So I'm talking to different people. So just keep that in mind. No, I'm not just talking to myself. Hopefully that answers your question. like this right here, right? Where is it at? That's a little, you know, visual bug because that's the lights on the door, right? But when the door is up, the lights are still there, so they're actually on the layer that's, you know, instead of it being on the actual door, right? So the door asset. So just little things like that, like, and that all that type of stuff comes with polish, and it's not game breaking. It doesn't stop you from being able to play the game and do what you need to do. It just looks off, right? Most people probably wouldn't even notice it. They'd look at it, it'd be like a, you know, part of the background. But I notice stuff. I pay attention, so like I notice like all the little things, but it doesn't bother me. Like I wouldn't be like, yeah, they haven't really fixed this and they haven't done that. Look, it's still like this. Like, okay, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's a lot, it's a lot to it, but, they'll get to it. You just gotta give them a little time, and a little feedback, and a little help. All those things, right? Yeah, let me put you down just to stop you from bouncing around like that. Stuck. It's stuck. The elevator's stuck. Hold on 1 second. Okay. All right. Let's see here. And yeah, DC. But to answer, the question about the starter ships, right? Um, I would say not necessarily, right? Like it doesn't necessarily mean that if they put in starter salvage ships, uh, that the ships that are in there right now will be considered medium, right? I think it's more so based on the hold on 1 second. I think it's more so based on um, how much it holds and all that good stuff. So I don't think that's the case. You know, I don't think that's the case. I don't think they'll say, oh well, technically we already got it in there because look, here's a starter ship. That's just to me that's just a little too. I don't think that's the case. You know, let's just put it like that. I think what's going to end up happening is people who want to get into the game. Like, I mean, he said it. He said it in the video too. But people who want to get into the game and not necessarily have to worry about trying to do combat. Like, they'll have like an entry into it without having to do combat in order to get to a place where they can buy like a salvage ship, right? That's more so the audience that they're targeting because right now there is no entry level to salvage, right? You got entry level into mining, um, but not salvage, right? So yeah, that's the answer to that, right? That's their response. They're just saying that, with this, people can come in and do, and just expect that to be true for every profession, right? There will be starters for every profession because you're gonna need to start somewhere, literally. You know what I mean? Like you literally need to start somewhere. So, uh, you know, some, like the more advanced stuff, right? Like even with the exploration, they got exploration ships, right? Like starter exploration ships that you can buy and you can get into the game and get into exploration, but there is no quote unquote exploration gameplay loop to facilitate that. So using that logic, I mean, you could say the same thing about that, right? Like why put that into the game when there's nothing people can do, you know? Um, but that's the answer to that, you know. In that particular case, it's reverse, right? They'll put the content in later. In this case, they put the content in first, and now they're adding a ship to address a specific need. So I think it's a good thing. Definitely not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, so I don't know why these get stuck versus the other one. Crazy. So it's like the RMC ones are getting stuck, but not the construction material. The construction material didn't get stuck. So that would, it's just a good thing it's not getting stuck on my ship. Getting stuck on the elevator is fine because I got to turn it in anyway. But get stuck on my ship, now that would have been a problem. Unless you're not paying attention and you put the wrong thing on there and you try to get it off. But even in that case, all you do is just send it down, send it back up, and it should reset it. It shouldn't be too much of a hassle. It's a hassle, but it shouldn't be too much of a hassle. You know what I mean? Yeah, see. All these construction material. No, I think that little, yeah, I think it was. Well, I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, there's somebody in a meeting that says, hey, here's an idea. But their premise may not necessarily be what you think it is, right? Like it may not be, as a answer to having a medium. Instead of us making a medium-sized salvage ship, let's let's make a starter ship and call the. I think that's to me that's too much. Like I don't think that's a stretch. In other words, so I'm saying like that's a stretch to say that. It doesn't mean it's not true. You know what I mean? Because stranger things have happened. But I tend to give them the benefit of the doubt. Like I don't want to just say that they're trying to do something like that because I don't think they are. There's no point. Like you know, I think eventually you'll have a type of ship in every category of ship. Yeah, even with like, cause see, think about that. Like right now, they fit in a small hangar. Like that's a stretch. Like, you know, you know, to say that they're gonna change the whole, they would have to change the definition of a medium fighter. I mean, or a medium ship, right? Which would change the definition of a medium ship for a lot of ships, not just those ships, right? To make it to turn a small ship into a, and they did that once before, right? Like they did the whole change of the not for ships but for the hangar, right? To address the fact that some of the ships that were in a certain class couldn't fit in a certain type of hangar. But because those ships fit in a small hangar, right? They're actually small ships. And it's not just because they fit the small hangar. That's not an accurate way of saying that. There's a certain weight class, a certain SCU capacity, certain things like that that determine if it's a small ship and not a medium or a large ship. A medium, think about your medium size cargo ships. What's an example of a medium sized cargo ship, right? And now think about um, now think about that, right? Medium sized cargo ship. And think about how much a medium sized cargo ship can carry. Medium sized cargo ships can carry what? Like 30 or more, right? No, dude. You're just you're letting your fear run wild basically right now. You're imagining like the worst case scenario, like, and that's your go-to. Like your go-to is the worst case scenario. And remember, I know you, right? So like, that's why my optimism like balances out your pessimism, right? Like, because, and another thing, like I don't want people to get the wrong idea. Like if they did decide to do that, then there would be some kind of reason to do it. Like it wouldn't just be, oh no, we're just gonna do it, because that wouldn't make any sense. I would think that them making a medium size would be very lucrative for them to do that. You know, in the long run, because there are so many people who are looking for that. But the same way they addressed it in those other things, they said, yeah, we don't have a medium size this, so we need a medium size this, right? And they went and they created it, right? Like, so I think they'll do the same thing for salvage. You know, I don't think it's any different. He said, I'm usually not called a pessimist. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure you're. I'll say this too. You probably wouldn't be called, and I'm not calling you a pessimist, right? I'm saying that you're being pessimistic. So I don't think you're just like that all the time. But if people share the same view of life, they're typically not gonna call each other that anyway, right? Like, you know, I say I'm an optimist a lot of times because that's what people say about me. They say that, even you've said that before. You like my optimism, right? So people have described that about me, and to that definition of what people believe about me, I agree. Like I am a lot more optimistic than a lot of people. You know, it doesn't mean that people don't make mistakes. It doesn't mean that people, yeah, it doesn't mean that people aren't human, right? Like, so it doesn't, you being optimistic doesn't blind you to the fact about, you know, about being real, right? About the situation. Like, people can make those, they can make those decisions, right? They can, they can make the decision to do exactly what you're saying. All right. And their decision is their decision. You may call it wrong just because that's not the decision you wanted them to make. But then you have to be honest with yourself. You have to ask yourself, is this what I want? Or is it, or am I saying that, right? Because, you know, or am I saying they're wrong just because I didn't get what I wanted? So you have to be very careful to make that distinction because what you want doesn't necessarily mean that it's right, right? We know that. And you know that more than most, right? I'm pretty sure you deal with people all the time that think that what they did was right, right? And it really wasn't. You know, we all deal with people like that all the time. Right, Ben. Ben, where you been at, man? How's it going? Right, exactly. That's what I'm talking. But what you have to be careful about is generalizing it to a point where you think that what you want is what everybody wants or what everybody needs. That's where the danger zone is, right? All right, now the bot's gonna get you. Don't get mad at me, bro. I'm just, we're just having a conversation about it. But Ben, what's going on, man? Where you been? I missed you, brother. Where you been at? Let's see. 17. Does it say how much? No, it doesn't, because it's two different types of stuff. Confirm. Let's see how much it completes. See if it completes. If it does, we're going on a shopping spree. Oh, it completed. Look at that. That boy is a little bit richer. Again, 3 mil yesterday, 3 mil today. I'm on fire, man. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. I like it. I like it a lot. I probably need to refresh my shaders or something because I'm getting no, no, it's getting better. Yep, it's just there's this weird lag around the Polaris, and I know it's because it's just a huge ship, you know. But that's I run into that issue. There it is. Okay. Oh, it might be the server might be going down. 'Cause I can't see. Oh wow, interesting. Okay. So it doesn't want me to go that way. All right, I get it. Let's take the more direct route. But yeah, so did it put you in timeout? I mean, DC. Well, I know you can't do it right now. I was gonna say, you can jump into the voice chat if you wanted to, but it's up to you. Okay, hold on 1 second here. coughing. No, come back. There we go. I was about to say I may have to jump out. All right, Ben. Well, we'll see you then. But yeah, DC, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not possible, right? Because it's possible, right? It's always you can't really just rely on that because anything is possible, right? So like that's a given. Anything is possible. So okay, we got that. That's always the case, one way or the other. So that's the mute point, right? Like those two cancel each other out every time because it can be true one way, it can be true the other way, right? And as we know in quantum physics, it can be true in both ways at the same time, right? So if that's the case, like, we can both be right. Like they can do some kind of variation of what we're both saying, right? Where it's actually both true, right? That we just haven't even thought about. you know. So, I'm not trying to downplay what you're saying, right? I'm just saying you just have to be careful not to project your fear into it and say with absolute certainty that something is going to happen when you don't know that, right? Because then you'll always lose that argument, right? Because there's no way for you to know that for sure, right? So it's a matter of not trying. Don't try to know it for sure. Make your argument about it, right? And then decide whether or not um, that's the case, right? So I think I got enough construction material to do that 2 more times, which will give me 6 million. I just need to get the recycled material to do it. So, but now for the moment we've all been waiting for, I was going to go buy that Star Lancer. Right, exactly. And I get that, and I can concede that, right? Like, I mean, it's very well possible. It could happen. Yeah, I mean, of course, it can happen. The question is, do I believe it's going to happen? I don't believe it's going to happen. I don't believe that because what I've seen them do in the past, and I'm thinking historically off of what they've done in the past, which is they've tried to they've tried to create a certain class of ship in every size category, right? The fact you can't use the argument that it doesn't exist to say that it won't ever exist, right? Because as we know in science, the limits of your knowledge don't necessarily equal non-existence, right? It just means that you don't know. That's why it's so important to just concede that and say, well, I don't know what they're planning on doing, but my I I think, right? Take ownership of your own thought about it. I think that they should have a medium-sized salvage ship. And this is my reason why. And don't name out as your reason, you know, because they don't have one, right? Don't name that out as the reason. You need to have some actual an actual reason why you think that, right? But if you use the argument and said, you know, this will make your argument stronger, is basically what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you don't have an argument. I'm saying to make your argument stronger, you should present it this way, right? So you present your argument like this and you say, because historically they have created a ship of every type in every size, and I think they should continue that, right? But even before that, you should do your research. Go into the lore, look it up. Look up and see it. Do they have a medium-sized salvage ship in the lore, right? That's a part of the lore of the game, right? If you find it there, right? If you find it, then guess what? That means it's probably going to be in the game, right? If you don't find it there, now, okay, I want to find out why there is no lore on this, right? Right? Yeah, me either. I don't know either. I haven't really. That's not something that I'm really concerned about, but I do know that um, but I think it's a valid argument. I think it's a valid concern, you know. But you just have to justify that, though. You know what I'm saying? So you have to justify that and say, okay, I think this is a valid argument because I would like and it's not, don't just say because I want one. That's like telling somebody, okay, I need to pay this person $50,000 to create this asset in my game, potentially introduce numerous bugs and everything into it, which is going to ultimately cost me even more money, right? That's like telling somebody, I want you to invest this money in this game, but I don't have a reason to do it. They're going to look at you and they're going to laugh, right? Astro historian and that, right? Exactly. I need to tell him now. That's somebody I wouldn't mind having come on the show, on the stream and talk, you know, and tell us some stories, you know, about Star Citizen. I may even do one where I'm showing his videos. You know how they do that cheap knockoff. But I'll message him and see if it's okay, and I'll use his video on my stream, and you know, and let it talk about these things while we're just playing and stuff like that. So that's definitely something we can do. But yeah, that would be cool.
Take off.
And obviously, there's a lighting issue right there, right? Because it's there's no way it should be that bright unless the sun is just like right. And even then, like there should be some kind of shadow being cast right now. Right, right, yeah. I can have him on as a guru gaming podcast podcast um, you know, guest.
Shields off.
So that's, oh yeah, I already got it. Okay. So it's on the other side of here. Yeah, I might have to get on camera for that one. so we can have us a conversation. And say, first of all, dude, I love what you're doing. Keep doing it. Keep it up. You know. But yeah, you know that's how I would approach that, and I would take it to the forums, right? I would take it to Spectrum and make my argument, right? Or to Reddit, say, hey, this is my argument for having a medium salvage ship, you know, because me personally, I wouldn't consider the Fortune or the Vulture as a medium anything anyway. Me personally, but that's just me. Oh yeah, trust me, I know. Your the Perseus is, well, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that later. But I already told you. I told you I'm getting one too. But you're right. This is going to be my command ship, especially in, you know, combat operations. I'll give the commands from this ship, unless it's a larger operation, and then it'll be a larger ship. But this would be the command ship. Yep. Our fleet, brother. Our fleet. It's gonna be us. No one man, no man is an island, as they say. We're gonna have to do all this together. So, which reminds me, if anybody out there wants to join the org, join up. Just know that you will be vetted. Just know that, you don't want to be caught on the side of infiltration. Oh, my personally owned ship fleet. Well, yeah, I mean, hey. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. The happy gentleman. attention. Well, look at her. She's a champion. can just tell it's gonna be like a lot of metal on this planet.
Quantum drive is now off.
I did that.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Shields are on.
Yeah, I went to Hurston. I'm about to buy the Star Lancer. Good old Lorville. It's not letting me land. Well, not letting my landing gear come out, sure I say. See if we can do it from here. We have to cheat a little bit. Right, exactly. And I turned on the veto just to be sure. And it's fine because when I was loading some boxes in, it damaged one of my, oh, it just resynced. It might work now. I might have to crawl down too. Or take the main elevator. Let's see. All the doors closed. Let's see if it's still hovering as expected. Yeah, looks like everything is fine. Let's see if it'll let me lower the landing gear now that the server resynced. So I just need to reclaim it anyway, just because. And since I'm getting the Star Lancer, I'll fly back out on the Star Lancer and then reclaim it back at my home and horse. And let's see, did it come up? Nope, it didn't. So yeah, let's go take the elevator. Well, no, not the elevator. What am I talking about? There's stairs or a ladder. So we'll just take the ladder. Hopefully, no funny business happens. Where's the, I think it's on the other, opposite side, yeah. It's sinking again. Where's the, on the outside? It must be outside. There. No, that's the turret. Man, it's doing a lot of resyncing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change servers if I continue, but I'm gonna get off once I get back to Orison. So let's just do this. We'll just go, just take the stairs. Guess what? The elevator. Can't do that. Might have to just slide down. I'm pretty sure that at that elevator, I mean that ladder at the emergency ladder. It's there somewhere. Oh, do this. Oh, right out. See how it's hovering? Get from up under there. Yeah, it's textures and everything, so yeah, it's definitely having some issues. There we go. Now that I'm away from it, see, look, doing some weird. Yeah, exactly. So let's go ahead and.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Oh, it's gonna let me store
Vehicle
it.
has been
Sweet.
moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again. Bye.
Nice. Well, it let me store it, so that's a good thing. Yeah, the server is definitely because it keeps resyncing, so that tells me it's probably due for like a restart, you know. But I've been on here for 6 hours, so I get it. Look at that. Beautiful, right? Deadly, but beautiful. The new deal. I can't wait till they do those instanced areas under these locations and stuff like that. That's gonna be pretty cool too. Confirm. Give me that. Whoop. I know, right? Just buy it and call it. Yeah, you're right. Everybody's T-po. Oh shoot, they're on the chairs. Oh no. Uh, they're resetting the. Nice. Everybody sit down. Sit down. Yeah, it's definitely okay. So on that note, I'm gonna take the advice of my boy DC, and I am gonna call it right there. We have accomplished the mission of getting the Star Lancer that they just introduced back in, well, not back into the game, but into the game where you can buy it in the game. I'm excited about that. Yeah, so good stuff. I know, right? And you know what's really interesting, it probably is like in that area, like once you, because there's what, 5 servers, right? So like once you go over to the other side, it's probably fine, to be honest, you know. So yeah, but thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for the follows and the. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't. Make sure you like this video. Make sure you leave a comment, spark up a conversation, ask some questions or tell me, what you thought of the video. I appreciate all the feedback, and I'll see you guys out there in the verse. Take care.